Chairman, it's Emma Code, meeting producer. I can confirm that the live stream has now started.
Thank you very much, Emma. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's virtual meeting of the East Area Planning Committee. Before the consideration of today's business, I'd like to outline the protocols for the meeting itself. Today's meeting is being live streamed to the public via Microsoft Teams, and is also being recorded. When members are speaking, they may, if they wish, use their video. If the Council's live stream fails during the meeting and we cannot share the proceedings, I will adjourn the meeting so that access can be restored. If the issue cannot be resolved, I will halt the meeting and the remaining business will be concluded at a future date. If a member experiences a technical issue, I will adjourn for a short period to try and re-establish their connection. As I call members to speak, I will remind you to switch on your microphone. If for some reason you cannot be heard, the democratic officer will advise accordingly. The vote will be taken by the democratic officer with a roll call of members' names, who will then answer for, against, or abstain. The result of the vote will be announced by the democratic services officer. Members must be present for the duration of the discussion on each planning application in order to be able to vote. We have public speakers at the meeting today, and they will be joining the meeting by telephone. Where a member has declared a non-registrable interest, a disclosable pecuniary interest, or an interest by virtue of any trade union membership in a matter, they must leave the virtual meeting. Their departure will be confirmed, and they will be invited to rejoin the meeting at the appropriate time. To confirm the procedure for today's meeting is that members of the committee who wish to speak on an item should indicate by using the raise your hand function, which will be monitored by myself and the Vice Chair, Councillor Parsons. Any member not on the committee or are unable to use the raise your hand function who wish to ask a question should indicate by typing an X in the chat box. Before we start today's meeting, I will ask the Democratic Services Officer to ask the committee members to confirm they are present and state the electoral division they represent. If we could also have introductions for the Cornwall Council officers who are also in attendance. Crossing over to you, Rowena. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burden.
Yeah, Councillor Burden, Stoke Lumsden Division.
Councillor Rushworth.
Stephen Rushworth, St Izzy and St Judy Division. Thank you.
Councillor Eddy.
Good morning. Martin Eddy, representing the St Clear Division.
Councillor Flashman.
Good morning, everyone. Jim Flashman, representing Kelly Bray, St Dominic and St Million Division, and I'll be unable to make any vote on the first two applications. Thank you.
Councillor Fitter.
Are you on mute, John?
On mute.
I do apologise. Good morning to you. I'm John Fitter, Colin, St Morgan and Newquay North. Thank you.
Councillor Holly.
Good morning, everybody. Derek Holly, Saltash East Division.
Councillor Jordan.
Good morning, Barry Jordan, Tintagel Division.
Councillor Long.
Good morning, Councillor Long, Callington Division.
Councillor May.
Good morning, Councillor May, Penryn West.
Councillor Mould.
Good morning, Carol Mould, St Minver and St Endelian Division.
Councillor Pascoe.
You're muted, Jane.
Good morning, Councillor Jane Pascoe. Listen, I'm not muted. I'm not muted.
No, you were originally.
No. I think I lost the signal with the cameras on. Councillor Jane Pascoe, Liskeard West and of Wars. Can you hear that, Chairman?
Yes, we can hear. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, your mute sign was on, that was all.
Councillor Pugh.
Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Richard Pugh from the Trelawney Division.
Councillor Tamlin.
Morning, Sam Tamlin, Cornwall Councillor for Saltash West.
Councillor Parsons.
Good morning, Adrian Parsons, Cornwall Councillor for the Elton Division.
Councillor Batters.
Good morning, Chris Batters, Chairman for today. I represent the Llanivit-Blisland Division.
Thank you. We also have Councillor Lennox Boyd in attendance, and we also have the following officers in attendance: Davina Pritchard, Group Leader; Patrick James, Principal Development Officer; James Hills, Principal Development Officer; Paul Steen, Principal Development Officer Highways; Ben Kerno, Senior Lawyer; Richard Hawkey, Affordable Housing Officer; and myself, Rowena Brebner, Democratic Officer. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we now have the apologies for today's meeting?
We have apologies from Councillor Craker, and we have Councillor Rushworth substituting for him.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest amongst members on today's agenda, please? I think, Jim, you obviously won't be involved in two of them.
That's right, correct.
Because divisional member. Are there any other declarations of interest, please? Nothing shown. So in that case, we'll move on. Can I have a proposer and a seconder for the minutes of the previous meeting as being the correct record, please?
Happy to move the minutes, Chairman.
Move, Chairman.
Councillor Jordan proposing.
Councillor Long seconding.
Sorry, two at once there. Who was it?
Seconder, Jim.
Seconded by Jim Flashman.
Yeah.
Can we have a roll call, please, with regards to accuracy of the minutes? Proposed by Councillor Jordan, seconded by Councillor Flashman. Across
Okay.
you, Rowena.
Councillor Burden,
In favour.
Councillor Rushworth,
Yes.
Councillor Eddy,
4.
Councillor Flashman,
4.
Councillor Fitter,
4.
Councillor Holly,
4.
Councillor Jordan,
4.
Councillor Long,
4.
Councillor May,
4.
Councillor Mould,
4.
Councillor Pascoe,
4.
Councillor Pugh,
4.
Councillor Tamlin,
4.
Councillor Parsons,
4.
and Councillor Batters.
Yes, 4. Can
Thank
I
you.
mention, Rowena, Councillor Rushworth, I think for the record, you would be abstaining because I don't think you were at the last meeting.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. Sorry, I was reading the report and I was taken by surprise.
Fine. Just
No,
for the record.
I wasn't. I'll be abstaining. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Yep, that's confirmed anyway, the minutes, Chairman.
Fine, thank you very much. In that case, we move on to the agenda itself. And first item on, item 4.1. Oh, by the way, we will have comfort breaks later on, once when the time is suitable. But moving on to the first application, PA 20/06163, St Melian Estate, St Melian. It's being presented by Patrick James. So across to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check, Chair, that you can see the presentation?
Not yet, but it
Let's try again.
still in the bike shed, is it? No. Yes, it's there now, Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so this is an application as set out. It's actually got a very long-winded description, and I think I should read the full description as it appears on the application form. Outline application with all matters reserved except for the construction, except access for the construction of an assisted living extra care village restricted to over 65s, comprising 30 independent living homes, 68 independent living apartments, 64-bed nursing home to include ancillary building incorporating office, reception, 1 doctor GP surgery, pharmacy and lounge areas, class C2. Combined holiday lodge reception to include office, exhibition, farm shop, post office, cafe, microbrewery, artisan bakery, site security, holiday lodge laundrette, and bike hire storage compound uses with WC and shower block, kitchen market garden, glamping field for 12 glamping pods, construction of new golf driving range shelter to include toilet block, and new golf catch net, demolition of existing golf driving range. sports building to include swimming pool and associated facilities, climbing wall, badminton court, creche and zip wire. 10 holiday lodges, St Melian Foundation building and repair store, shop and cycle hire, and St Melian open-sided community open-air learning hub. Visitor staff car parking to include other associated infrastructure, brackets, electric charging points, drop-off pickup points, and a new village green. Demolition of existing staff bungalow. That's the full title as it appears on the application form. And that's the hopefully the précis you can see in front of you. So the key issues really are the suitability or otherwise of this open countryside location. We're about 5 kilometres south of Callington and about 8 kilometres north of Saltash, the nearest. On the other hand, there's the benefit to the continued operation of the existing adjacent sites. So that's the 36-hole golf course, the clubhouse and the hotel and holiday accommodation. There are heritage impacts likely to be associated with the proposal, in particularly upon the Grade 1 St Milana's Church at St Melian, and secondly on the Grade 2 Horsepool farmhouse, which dates back to the 1600s, which is very close to the site. There's potential landscape impacts. The Tamar Valley area of outstanding natural beauty lies a little just to the east. And then there's the impact on the provision of infrastructure, including on affordable housing and primary healthcare provision. Moving on to the first plan. So the red sightline area in the middle of the screen. The horizontal hatching is the Tamar Valley area of outstanding natural beauty, so it's adjacent but not within. So we've got the nucleated village of St Melian to the south, with the church right in the middle there. This is the main hut building for the existing golf course and leisure facility, so is a hotel, clubhouse, etc. So they've got the 36-hole golf course stretching out over here, and there's various holiday accommodation associated as well. This is the A388 going north up to Callington and south down to Saltash. Here's another plan in a bit closer detail. So the main vehicular access comes in off this big roundabout to the north, and there is a pedestrian and cycle access coming in from the east here. Again, we've got the main hub building and the listed farmhouse here with a large garden. There's two other non-associated private residences close to the application site here. St Milana's Church is on the ridge down to the south here. So looking at the aerial, so at the moment this is used for a driving range here. These are grassed areas. I think also other golf practice occurs here. This is a Cornwall College building. So the main vehicular access as you come down here. Existing parking here. Here's the listed farmhouse and the other two dwellings. So coming in closer to give you an idea of the topography, the land slopes gently to the south. This is the illustrative. This is the illustrative master plan. So obviously, being an outline, it's not fixed. It's probably easiest if we split it into 4 quadrants, and I'll go clockwise round. So quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, and quadrant 4. So in this first quadrant, this is where the residential would be. So you've got a residential care home here, the long linear block. Then the H block and the E block, as it were, these are would be the extra care apartments. These would be extra care detached dwellings and houses, and these would be terraces of dwellings as well. Also here we've got the existing Cornwall College building, number 11. I'm not sure if you can see the numbers, but this number 12 to a little to the north would be the cycle repair shop. Number 10 would be the open-sided community classroom. Moving on to the next quadrant, this would be the glamping pods to the north and the shower block here. Number 15 would be a walled kitchen garden. 19 is the holiday reception building. 18 is the farmhouse cafe and shop and admin building. And this would be a cafe terrace here at number 17. And this is billed as being a woodland forest school in the section here. Moving on to the next quadrant, the large building would be a new sports hub and swimming pool. And you can see the indicatively shown fun slides going in and out of the building here. So that would be likely to be quite a large, bulky building. And we've got the existing car parking and a five-sided football pitch. And this is already a flood, there would be a flood attenuation feature here, and a children's play area. And then lastly, in this last quadrant down the bottom here, these would be a further 10 holiday lodges, and that's the existing, some of the existing car parking that will probably be reconfigured. And as you can see here, this is the listed farmhouse, but it is relatively well sheltered by vegetation and trees. So a few photos of the site now. So this is the pedestrian and cycle access, the main one off the A388. So we're looking west now, as it were, into Cornwall and across the site. This is within the site. This shows St Malanus Church on the ridge. So it's grade 1. So it's considered that the proposal site falls within the setting of the church. Currently, as you could see from the aerial views, a lot of the setting is largely green or semi-natural, and so that would considerably change were the proposal to go ahead. This is similar area. Again, you can see St Malanus on the ridge. This is looking back east towards the pedestrian and cycle access and some of the existing parking. So the proposed swimming pool and sports leisure block would be about here. This is the listed farmhouse, dates back to 1600s. You can see the winding stair here. And when I took the photo, my back is to the area where quadrant 1, as it were, where most of the residential care and extra care housing would be. So standing a little further to the north, looking down, so once again, St Malanus Church here, and we've got the Horsepool farmhouse slightly occluded by that tree there, and some of the existing parking. So we're looking over an area that would be houses and flat blocks. So we're looking west again here towards the existing dwellings. So we've got the two dwellings here, and again, as you can see, they're pretty well sheltered by trees and a mature hedge. So really the balance of considerations on the positive side, as promoted by the applicant, is that it's seen as a way of helping the existing host facility, the golf club and the hotel and other holiday and leisure facilities to remain viable in the face of long-term demographic change and change in people's leisure interests, in that golf is not the draw that it once was. Similarly, it would help to address the national need for our ageing population here and in Cornwall, although I should say that it's very much the high-end open market model. There wouldn't be any affordable housing envisaged as part of this scheme by the applicant. On the negatives, a lot really comes down to the open countryside location. Specialist housing for the aged does require a lot of staff, and so the staff are going to have to commute in probably quite long distances, and residential care staff tend not to be very well paid. So it is understood from the adult social care officer that facilities in locations like this, divorced from population centres, find it difficult to get staff to come and work there. Further issues with the site, harm to the setting of the grade 1 St Malanus Church, harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed Horsepool farmhouse. As members will probably recall, Section 66.1 of the 1990 Listed Building and Conservation Area Act makes it very clear that even modest harm, as here, to listed buildings or their settings must be given very great weight. As envisaged at the moment, there will be no provision or contributions towards affordable dwellings. So we have a total of 98 dwellings intended for the site. Similarly, there'd be no contributions towards primary health care. It's important to note that the proposed GP surgery would be a private surgery, and Primary Healthcare Trust through NHS Kernow have confirmed that were the development to go ahead, they would be seeking a contribution towards the existing doctor's surgeries at Callington and at Saltash. There's also, lastly, a lack of provision to negate the harm to the Tamar Estuaries and Plymouth Sound habitat sites. Oh, sorry, I should have said at the beginning, Chair, referring members to the updates. In the report, at the time the report was drafted, the Natural England hadn't responded to the shadow appropriate assessment. They've expressed themselves content with the content of that, subject to contributions being made to the to offset harm to the special area and the special protection area and the area of conservation on the Tamar / Plymouth Sound. Oh, lastly, sorry, another thing, Chair, I forgot to mention. There was one late objection that came in after the update. It just made 4 points. Just saying, house building has been permitted on the wider site in the past to help retain prestige golf tournaments, but that did not seem to work. Many of those houses are now second homes in an estate in an unsuitable location, referring presumably to the dwellings at Dunstan Lane. The subject also considered that it would have an unacceptable impact on local healthcare provision. And lastly, he opined no amount of off-site affordable contribution, were it to be forthcoming, would warrant such an unsustainable development in an unsustainable location. So the officer recommendation on balance is considered that the negatives outweigh the positives. So essentially the reasons for draft reasons for refusal, as they appear in your report. It's an inappropriate open countryside for this residential development. The planning system seeks to protect the open countryside for its own merit and to steer residential towards existing built-up areas where you have the synergy of uses. There's the harm to the settings of the listed buildings, as mentioned. At the moment, the applicant is not engaged in discussions with regards to contributions towards affordable housing or contributions towards primary healthcare provision. And lastly, because we don't have any Section 106 negotiated, there's a lack of provision to negate harm to the habitat sites. And that's it, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. If you could drop your presentation down for the moment, that'd be fine. Right. Thank you very much. Our first speaker is from St Mellion Parish Council. It's a Dr. Bridie Kent. Are you there, Dr. Kent, by any chance? Thank you. Hello.
Chairman, yeah.
Hello, is that Dr. Kent?
It is, yes.
Good morning. Could you say a few more words to me? You're a little bit faint. I just want to make sure everyone can hear what you say. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's lovely and clear.
Excellent.
Right, if I can just explain, you have 3 minutes to present the details that you wish to give to us. 30 seconds before the end of it, you will have a warning from our democratic officer that there are 30 seconds remaining. And if you will hang on the phone at the end of it, please, because there should be some questions forthcoming from the members. So when you're ready, away you go. Thank you.
Okay, I've given the statement just in case I get called away clinically, but you have that. available to you. But the big thing that I want to emphasise is that although this is a rural area, one of the things that comes with that is minimal employment opportunities. St Mellion currently employs over 100 people without the casual staff, and I think it's important that we realise that it's a viable business, and we need to keep it that way. COVID's impacted significantly, and as a parish council, we really don't want to lose any business. We want our communities to grow and be sustainable. We want businesses such as this. COVID has hit it hard. We don't want empty buildings, but we want flourishing, successful businesses that offer much to the community. There's big issues identified in the media and the state of those. They've all been considered, and at the currently there's existing plans and we feel that this is a much better option than those existing plans, all of which, if you're going with what's just been said, will also impact on St Milana's Church, will also impact on the listed building of the farmhouse. They've all been approved.
Dr. Kent, you are breaking up at the moment. Rowena, we have Dr. Kent's report come in.
Yeah.
Could you actually read that? If you can pause for the moment, Dr. Kent, could you read from where she started to become distorted, Rowena? I read it through to the end. And if you could wait, Dr. Kent, because it is important that the members have a chance to question you on any points that are in your report. So can I leave it to you, Rowena, to read that out, please?
I'll have to open the document. One moment, Chairman.
I want to make sure all members get the benefit of your report.
Thank you.
For obvious legal reasons, as well as wishing to hear it. Just a pause whilst our democratic officer finds the report.
What I didn't include in the report is the fact that there is a bus stop that is 5 minutes walk away from the
You're clearer now, but if you're likely to be clear, if you go back to the St. Milana's Church piece and try from there, let's just see how you go.
So the proposed establishment, the proposal, we feel is better than that you have already approved. So the approved housing that is holiday homes would already impact on St Milana's Church and the farmhouse, and you've approved those. So the parish council feel is a much better option. And given the fact that there is public transport very close by that we have invested in, so as a parish council we've put in bus shelters, lighting, etc. And that bus stop is 5 minutes walk from the proposed development. So we hope that we're trying to encourage people to use public transport rather than come in cars. You have my statement. Please read it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, you've just given us most of your statement, I trust, though, because we've only got 3 minutes per speaker.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine. In that case, we'll open it up to any questions any members wish to ask of you. For clarification purposes, I must stress, I would like to start first of all by asking you, the previous holiday accommodation you refer to, that was the accommodation that was granted permission some years ago, I think back in the 90s or late 80s, was it not?
It's the one that came to you recently, so within the last
3 years. Oh, you mean the one recently, right?
Yes.
Okay, yep. Right, are there any questions, please? Jane Pascoe, Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, if I may. Good morning, Dr. Kent. I don't know if actually you will be able to answer this at this moment in time, but in the report they mention about the possibility of a GP surgery. Now, do you in your capacity think that's deliverable, or a satellite surgery on these proposals?
At the moment, it looks like a standalone surgery, but it would make sense that it's a satellite surgery with the Tamar Health. They've already got a satellite surgery with Gunners Lake, so it would make sense to offer that. And there's a large population that would benefit from it because it includes St Dominic as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kent, just to clarify that point, has any movement been made towards that, or is that just speculation, please?
It's just speculation. I'm not aware of any moves that have been made to discuss that with the local community.
Fine, thank you very much. If you hold, please, there's a question from John Fitter. Councillor Fitter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Kent, you did say in your presentation that this was a viable business, and I think 100 people being employed there. Did you sort of visualise that it would no longer be a viable business post-COVID? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I suspect that, like many businesses in the hospitality business, that they've been hit significantly. They've been closed more than they've been open this last year. It has to have hit them hard. And as a community, as a parish council, we're really keen that we do everything possible to support local business.
Absolutely. But one thing I would ask you, from the parish council's perspective, are you comfortable about the size of this proposed development, in so much as that to help sustain the business, it seems to be sort of rather large in its size and scope?
It certainly is. It's large in its scope, but so is 240 holiday homes, which has already been approved. And we would rather have the development that's being proposed now rather than the one that you've already approved.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Another question for me, Dr. Kent. Was it unanimous, the vote in favour of this? And are you actually in any way associated with this application as a medical person, please?
I'm not associated with the application as a medical person, no. Was it unanimous? No, it wasn't. It was the one of the parish councillors was against it, and that was on the grounds of the traffic.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for clarification for Dr. Kent, please? I do not see any hands up. So, Councillor Holly, Derek, you popped up.
Thank you. And Dr. Kent, could I ask you about the vote and about St Million Parish Council? Do all the parish council take part as a planning committee, or do you have a separate planning committee? That's the first question.
There's only 6 of us, so all of us take part.
Okay, and it was 5 in favour and 1 against. That's right.
No, two had a conflict of interest because of their proximity to where they live, which is right next to St Million golf course, and so they were not included. So there were 3 of us that voted for it and 1 against.
Thank you. And did the parish council consider that effectively the road would have to be blocked off, which leads up through the village at one end? Because even though it's access only at the moment, you know and I know, the wife used to work there, is that in the school, is that it's not working as a no access road. So are you aware of the changes that have to be made?
We would not. There's certainly not been no mention made to the parish council about blocking that road off. If people abided by the road instructions, there would be no need to block that road off, and it's currently not blocked at the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kent.
Thank you, Derek. If you can pop your hand down, please.
I'm trying, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. No other questions of clarification from Dr. Kent in that case. In that case, thank you very much for attending. Obviously, you can remain on live screen unless you're urgently called elsewhere, but thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you. I need to go back into intensive care now. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Jason Mills, who is representing, he's either supporter or agent. Are you there, please, Jason? Hello. Jason, are you available?
Chairman, if he could press *6 to unmute his telephone.
Hello, are you there, Jason? Okay, is Neil Dunkley there? We'll come back to Jason in a moment. Neil Dunkley, are you available?
Likewise, yes, Chairman, if you could press *6.
We got somebody speaking here. Sorry, who is that speaking now, please?
Yep, this is Neil Dunkley here.
Hi, Neil, good day. I don't know if you can perhaps be a bit closer to your phone. You're a little bit faint at the moment. We'll take you first, if you like, because Jason is yet to be found. So if you would like to introduce yourself, we'll give you 3 minutes You'll get a 30-second warning just before the end of the 3 minutes. And if you can hold on the line, there should be some questions possibly coming your way. So when you're ready, away you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Neil Dunkley. I'm the Secretary of the St Mellion Park Residents Association, the organisation that represents 76 homes at St Mellion Park. We have around 200 residents who all have direct interest in the success of the St Mellion Club. We strongly support the application. We are sure that it will be extremely good for the local area and vital to the long-term future of the village of St Mellion and the St Mellion Golf Estate. Around 2 years ago, planners and the council approved a substantial development that included a wedding venue and over 200 porter-cabin-style lodges that were unsafely sited too close to the golf courses. It was a down-market and inappropriate plan that did nothing for the community. We opposed it. Fortunately, the new managers at Crown Golf later changed their mind when they realised that it was neither desirable nor viable. This plan is vastly superior. We support the plan as it will bring vitality to St Mellion. Unlike the previous application, the accommodation is aimed at a specific target market that will certainly be attracted to the development given its new facilities and the beautiful local area. The previous application had poor accommodation that would have been extremely difficult to sell with no supporting infrastructure. The development is being proposed by a successful, experienced and well-funded golf and leisure company that will be able to deliver the project for the benefit of local people. Without diversification from a relatively narrow business model that is heavily reliant on golf, the future of Crown Golf's business in Cornwall would be in doubt. The project will provide employment career opportunities at a time and in a place where they are desperately needed. The location is ideal. It's a short drive from Callington and Saltash. It is not too far from Plymouth, Liscard and Launceston. It's well sited on an A road that is not too busy, so staff and visitors will have good access. They will not suffer from or cause traffic congestion. It's on a good bus route with a bus stop as near as possible to the entrance. There is plenty of on-site car parking. The plans are strongly supported by the Parish Council and our local councillor, Jim Flashman. Finally, we cannot understand how planning officers could support the previous application, which was opposed locally, but oppose this one, which is supported locally. The old plan was more about making money in the short term to the detriment of golfers and the local community. In total contrast, this plan genuinely benefits golfers, St Mellion Village and South East Cornwall. We would like the committee to have the courage to recognise and support an innovative and worthwhile long-term development.
I'm afraid I've got to stop you there, Neil.
Yeah, I've just finished.
Yeah, fine. Thank you very much. If you can hold for the moment, because there could be some questions forthcoming. Any questions from the members, please, for clarification purposes? Any questions for clarification purposes? There have none come up at the moment. Just for my clarification purpose, local residents in St Mellion, will they or will they not be able to use the medical facilities, please?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, I think those details are probably yet to be thrashed out, but I think at the moment many of us use the Callington Health Centre, but as we all know,
yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make, I think, Neil, is at the moment it appears it's a private facility, so there is no plans at present for it to become NHS or for local residents. Might I be correct there?
I am not sure about that one.
Okay, fine. Vice Chair, I don't see any hands up for questions. Is that correct? Just to confirm before we move on.
Yeah, that's correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Neil, thank you very much for attending. As you know, you can continue watching on the live screen. Now, hopefully Jason is tucked in the wing somewhere. Hello, Jason.
Chairman, he will need to press *6 to unmute his telephone.
Hello. Are you there, Jason?
Chairman, it's Emma Code, meeting producer. As far as I'm aware, Jason Mills is on the call, but his telephone is currently muted.
Yeah.
So maybe if he's having trouble unmuting, if he could put the phone down and redial into the meeting.
Yeah, can you do that, Jason? I think it's *6 or something, did you say? To unmute it?
Yeah, it's *6 to
Right.
unmute your telephone.
Right, Jason, we'll give you a moment or two to finish your call and come back in, but use *6, please, to unmute yourself when you do, and then just say hello to me, if you can. Okay, thank you. We'll pause for you to do that. We know he's gone anyway. That's one step forward. Hello, Jason.
It'll take a couple of moments for him to redial in, I think, Chairman.
Right. You're able to see when he appears, Emma, are you?
Yeah, I'll see when he should be joining us now.
Jason.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Jason. Welcome on board.
Thank you.
Okay. Before you start, I just need to tell you, you have 3 minutes in which to tell us whatever you wish. You will be given a 30-second warning.
Sure.
A 30-second warning by our officer. And if you can hold at the end of the call for any questions or clarification that may come your way. So when you're ready, away you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Jason Mills. I'm the Chief Executive of Crown Golf Property, who own and operate St Melian Estate. Thank you for the opportunity to present to your planning committee. Last year, we secured permission for the development of 230 holiday lodges and a farm shop. These were located in 3 locations, including the site of the application before you. The impact of COVID-19 has had a massive impact on the UK leisure industry. Given a reliance on tourism, this impact is even more pronounced in Cornwall. St Melian is no exception, with the business closed for much of the last year. Sadly, seasonal and some part-time employees have been made redundant, and over 100 staff are currently on furlough. This situation has been a wake-up call. We need to adapt to survive. As well as addressing the trading impact of COVID, we must respond to the ageing profile of our golf customers and the local population. While St Melian is located in a beautiful part of Cornwall, it currently only appeals to a narrow group of customers. The accommodation facilities are not family-friendly or multi-generational. When we devised the holiday lodge development, we envisaged selling off each lodge to individual families. However, with family finances hit by COVID, few are willing or able to make such a luxury purchase. Therefore, we must reduce the number of approved holiday lodges and identify an alternative. We have discovered that there is a shortage of retirement accommodation in the local area. This led us to work up the retirement village and sports leisure application before you today. I'm pleased to say that the Parish Council, the Golf Club and Visit Cornwall all strongly supported the proposal. There are 4 suggested reasons for refusal, which I'd like to briefly touch upon. The first is sustainability. Effectively, the officers are saying that they wish St Melian were in a town centre location. I'm not aware of any practical way to make that possible. It is where it is. The council's previously supported its development over the last 30 years to become Cornwall's leading hotel and leisure resort. This application is the latest iteration in that evolution. The second suggested reason for refusal is heritage and the impact on a listed church and cottage. The council consulted English Heritage and local residents, and neither have objected on these grounds. And it's also worth pointing out that planning permission for 100
30
holiday
seconds
lodges
remaining.
was made on the same site only last year. The third reason is infrastructure. Our application, one of the features of our application is the engagement with the local community. It includes facilities not currently available.
including a doctor's surgery, pharmacy, farm shop, kitchen garden, children's play area, community hall building, and a new 25-metre pool. These will all be available for local residents and school kids to use. The final reason for refusal is
3 minutes, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold you there, Jason. I'm afraid we are quite strict on our 3 minutes.
Okay.
If you can hold there for the moment. I see Andrew Long has appeared on the screen with a question. So you will get questions now from members with regards to clarification, Jason. So Councillor Long, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the question is really on the extra care housing and for the aging population. You say that it's going to deal with the issue we have, but am I right in thinking that these are not, there is no element of affordable housing in this application? So will that not be self-excluding for the local elderly population from being able to afford these, thereby putting more pressure on our NHS and our hospital service by bringing in people who are coming down naturally to retire, but not able to help those people who are currently here who would need the extra care housing?
I don't believe that's the case. No, councillor. These houses are private. That is true, but they will be priced at a point that is attractive and affordable to local residents, and that seems to be the local market.
But how will you be able to do that? Sorry to interrupt you there. How are you going to be able to achieve that they can be affordable to the local population if they are open market?
Because that's going to be our target customer base. So we will price them at a level which is attractive to local people. So the target market here could be people who have got a family home, which they look to sell, and they want to go into smaller accommodation or managed accommodation. And then those are the sorts of people who could take a unit, be it a house or an apartment, in the proposed development.
So just to be clear, are you saying that there will be no market, only solely open market influence on this, so that you will be pricing it to make maximum revenue?
No, that's not what I said at all, is it?
No, I'm asking the question because the issue you got is naturally affordable housing needs to be affordable by right, and Cornwall's level of housing costs is second only to the southeast. So for local elderly people who don't have the wealth of money behind them, how will they be able to afford these if they are at open market value, assuming that you're taking open market at a UK wide?
Okay, I'm not sure where the question is in that, but we're aware that Cornwall Council has identified that it needs 3,500 units for...
Yeah, Jason, may I come in there a moment? You said you were not quite sure what the question is. We are actually answering questions, so would you like to make it a bit clearer, Andrew?
Yes.
Because we're looking for answers, Jason.
Yeah.
And not a prolonged repeat.
How are you going to regulate the price of properties to ensure they remain affordable for local people?
By responding to the local demand, which is for 3,500 additional units of care home by 2025. Cornwall has an ageing population. What we want to do is build apartments and houses which are attractive and desired by local people to retire into, which then frees up family homes for people to buy those. That is the target market, and that's who we're going to respond to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Andrew. Councillor Holly, Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still a bit unclear. I'm sorry to go on about this affordable business, but when we provide when a developer provides affordable houses, normally they come in sort of 2 or 3 flavours, one of which is having a reduced price by an agreement with Cornwall Council. And is that what you're proposing for these, for local people?
No, it's not. These would be open market housing,
Well,
but priced at a level that makes them attractive to the local community.
yes. So, and what you're saying is you wouldn't be prepared to set, if we were minded to approve, to accept a clause to say how these would be priced.
No, it's more a case of.
Okay, it's absolutely fine. Thanks. The second question is quite straightforward. The medical facilities which you propose on the site, would these be open and this would be written in full and normal use by members of the public?
Councillor, I'm glad you've asked the question because I've listened to some debate on this and I've welcomed the opportunity to clarify. What we envisage here is a private GP surgery which would have two benefits. First of all, it would provide a resident GP to look after residents of the retirement village, but also it would provide a service to the local community, probably operating as a satellite to existing GP provision in the locality, which we're aware is already at or over capacity. So it would be a local community benefit, and it would also look after the medical needs of residents to the proposed retirement village.
It would be an open to the locals on NHS terms, in other words, free at the point of duty.
That's what I said, yes. That's the proposal, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just before we go to the next speaker, where are you, what stage are you at with the NHS on that agreement, please, Jason?
Mr. Chairman, there's chicken and egg here, that we really need to get certainty of a project in planning terms before we can make any meaningful progress with negotiations. So what
yes, I do, if I may interrupt you, I do appreciate that, but the way you're talking at the moment is almost as if it's set up. And I just want to, you know, obviously there is no written agreement that this would happen, even if the planning went ahead.
There can't be a written agreement, Councillor, until we get planning, because the project isn't seen to be real.
So it's all speculation still.
Jim, can I ask a question, please?
Not at the moment, Jim, no. Councillor Pugh. Richard.
Good morning. In the report, there's quite a lengthy notification about affordable housing and the off-site contribution. Are you aware of that, and would you be prepared to pay it?
No, it will kill the viability of it. We're not really property developers. We're operating a resort which has been through the mill in the last 12 months. We need to change the business, identify new sources of income to ensure its continued success. The business model here isn't one that could remotely afford a £4 million contribution. If we insisted on one, it would mean that this planning permission was not viable, and therefore it wouldn't help the resort prosper and develop, and us to allow future investment.
Right. Okay. Well, then could you just tell me, if you've got planning permission, where are you with sort of starting the project, because it's huge, and would you be are you financed to go ahead and complete it?
The delivery of this, there's kind of two elements to it. There's the bits that are sort of linked to the hotel, so the leisure building and the sort of hospitality uses. That's something that we would do ourselves. The proposed retirement village is something that we would partner with a specialist operator. We have had discussions with several leaders in that field, but we can't progress those discussions until we get outline planning, because the project isn't real until we achieve that milestone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Richard. Councillor Fitter. John Fitter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. just to ask the question, really, where do you imagine your customer base will come from? The main customer, you know, for your elderly accommodations. Sorry, I'm just reading.
The local Cornwall area.
So you're not intended in any way to sort of market these units outside the county and invite, you know, and sort of invite people from outside to possibly take the units.
We want to make a positive contribution to the local community. We want to make St Mellion family friendly. We want to make St Mellion attractive to multi-generations. The way to achieve that is to market those locally so that we contribute to the identified problem and the challenge that Cornwall Council has identified, which is 3,500 new retirement units, and that's a market that we want to tap into.
Right, and just one last question, sir, because obviously is that from what I can understand is there's been suggestion that that the business and other business like yours are having difficulty for COVID, and you're going to be facing financial pressures on the business as it is at the moment. So is it what you're saying is that you need this development to subsidise the golf course element of the business?
No, that's not right. But I'm glad you've asked the question. I mean, let's get down to brass tacks. I mean, today is a critically important day for St Mellion. It's imperative we secure planning permission because that will safeguard existing jobs and allow us to invest in the resort and in the community. We are facing a perfect storm. Two things have happened. One, we've had COVID. So for most of the last 12 months, the resort and every element of it has been closed. We've had to let a lot of temporary staff go. The vast majority of our staff are currently on furlough. So thank goodness for the government to cover the wage bill. But the other thing we've got is golf is a very ageing game. So it's a business that at the most crude level is frankly dying off. So we need to identify new areas of business. We're in Cornwall, but currently we're not a family-friendly resort. The accommodation isn't family-friendly. The services aren't what most families want. So that's why we want planning permission for the proposed sports and leisure.
If I may come in there, Jason, if you got your answer, John? I'm trying to keep it as concise as possible, Jason.
I think the answer is, in actual fact, is they need this development to sustain the existing business. I think that's what the general
correct. That's it in a sentence. Correct.
Fine. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, John. Councillor Rushworth, Steve.
Thank you, Chairman. I've just got 3 or 4 very short questions. The first one is, I'm a little confused now. Are you saying there's going to be no synergy between this development and the new one, or are you expecting, not everybody who's retired has given up golf? They might want to come and play golf. So you're saying that they're 2 separate businesses, but it's obviously going to help to finance improvements to the other. Have I got that right?
No, there's very much a symbiotic relationship between the two. So at the moment we've got a hotel, a health and fitness gym, and a swimming pool inside the existing 80-bed hotel. Those services are perfect to link to a retirement village because residents of the retirement village can use them. At the same time, the existing hotel, both in terms of accommodation and in the services, isn't particularly family friendly. So what we want to do, as well as introducing retirement use to the resort, because there's a demand locally for retirement accommodation, we also want to invest in new facilities that make St Mellion attractive to families who would then consider coming here for their holiday. So that's why we've got the proposed leisure box, effectively. So that's the justification, but the whole thing all works together, and that's why we've made the planning application in one single form as you see it today.
Okay. Can we, Jason, I want to give you every opportunity you can, but can we keep them as concise as possible, the answers? Because I expect my members to give concise questions. So away to you, Steve, because if you've got another 3 to come, I'm hoping they may not.
Well, my first one was very concise. So, yeah. So could you explain to me then, because of the huge overhead the swimming pool generates, and you want to obviously be competitive, why is you building another swimming pool? You've got synergy with the other one, and people can use that swimming pool.
Because the existing pool is being used by too many people, so it's not working for anyone. At the moment, we've got one swimming pool which has to try and be all things to all people. So that's the residents of the hotel, the members of the health and fitness club, and also local school kids who use it to swim. The problem is, local school kids using it to swim is great, but safeguarding regulations mean the pool has to be shut to everyone else when they're using it. So what we want to do is develop a new swimming pool, so then we can effectively split the use. So then in a new swimming pool, we can have the local school kids having their swimming lessons, and in the summer, families can use it. And then the existing pool is then just used by hotel of the health and fitness club.
Okay.
Thank you. So my last question is really back to what Councillor Long and Holly were on about. Cornwall is experiencing far more migration into the county than houses we are able to build and supply, and it's also now affecting rental properties, which is hardly any available. How are you going to manage to not let or sell these houses to people who are not residents in Cornwall? Will you accept a local condition? That's the only way I think you can justify it, because you'll obviously sell to the first person who comes along.
The proposal here is that this is very much seen as a local community development. We are aware that Cornwall Council has a demand in the county for 3,500 new retirement units, and that's what we are tapping into. I mean, it's interesting, through the planning process, the number of locals who have approached us saying, can we effectively reserve one? And it's surprisingly high. So that is the market that we want to satisfy and tap into.
So if you are granted planning permission today, but you've subsequently, like the first application, you can't make it viable, what's your fallback position? Have you got a future application that might come in?
No, this is it.
I think that question was answered, Steve.
Answered, okay. Yeah, he's answered.
Right. Are you happy? That's all your questions, Steve, is it?
That's fine, thank you. Yes.
Jason, if you can give the answers as concise as possible to the questions asked, because I do have several extra speakers still to come. But we are answering the question, and you're moving into a sales pitch, really. So can you keep it concise? Martin, although you've appeared on screen, I would like to bring Councillor Flashman in on phone first, if I may. Jim, for clarification purposes, remember.
Yeah, my main question is, how many employment positions are there, full-time or part-time, if this plan and application is approved?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Flashman, thanks for the question. Currently, we have 100 full-time staff employed at St Mellion. That probably peaks at about 150 in a normal year with seasonal staff. We estimate that if we secure planning, it will lead to 100 more jobs. So that would take it up in a normal year, non-COVID, to approximately 250 jobs.
Okay.
Fine. Thank you. Back to Councillor Eddie. Martin, you can reappear now if you wish.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Mills, hello. It says in the report here that this location may not be suitable for extra care housing, and it draws attention to the need for facilities really to support people living in this remote location. So I wondered if that had been carefully thought about. And my second question really is this question of recruiting sufficient care staff. They're quite low paid jobs, and travel is a significant factor in recruiting staff. Has that been factored into your partner's business equation?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the question. To answer the first one, the makeup of the application is very carefully considered. We believe it works, and there's a link between the retirement village and the hotel. And we're used to employing local workforce. We think we're pretty good at it. And just as we managed to attract workers for the golf business, many of those are quite junior, relatively lowly paid positions. We're quite confident we can do the same for retirement village development. Just on the point of remoteness, I don't agree with the planner's conclusion on that, because what St Mellion exists.
Again, Jason, again, was that part of your question, the remoteness?
Yeah.
Okay, right, fine. My apologies, then you can answer that one, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, people are asking questions, and they're quite technical questions, so you can't answer them with a yes or no.
No, but we are prolonging it a little bit, if we can be as concise. I'm giving you ample space there. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Chairman. In terms of the mix of uses, we do have a community at St Mellion. We are close to St Mellion Village, and the mix of uses with a farm shop, a doctor's surgery, a pharmacy, swimming pools, community buildings. We have many of the uses that you would expect to see in a small community. So I think we are actually very sustainable. It's not like we're starting from scratch in the middle of a greenfield and open countryside.
Martin?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, my question's been answered. Thank you, Mr Mills. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor May, Mary, your questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be quick. Good morning. I just want some further clarification on the answer you gave to Councillor Fitter. And it was really about the golfing. You said there's a decline. Did the decline start before COVID?
Yeah. We own 8 golf courses across southern England, and this isn't something that's unique to St Mellion. Golf traditionally is played.
Yeah, no, you've answered the question. That's fine.
Fine. You happy, Mary?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Tamlin, Sam.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief as well. I just wanted to go back to the affordable housing element. There's no affordable housing on the site, and I just wanted to clarify that I'm sure the gentleman just said that they couldn't afford the off-site contribution as well. So I just wanted to clarify that a bit.
Yeah, correct. That's true. Yeah, £4 million would make the development unviable. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right. Are there any other questions for clarification purposes, please, for Mr. Mills? Sam, if you can just drop your hand for the moment, it's on my screen. But other than that, I cannot see any others. Can you just confirm that, please, Vice Chair?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In that case, Jason, thank you for attending. I'm sorry if I was insistent on you being as concise as possible, but one has to try and just get the answers to the questions, and by all means, you can elaborate a bit more. But I hope I've been generous enough for you to get your points across.
Chairman, you're doing an enviable job very well. I would want your job.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed. Do carry on listening anyway on live stream. We now move to the divisional member, and that's Councillor Flashman. Jim, you have 5 minutes, at which time I will be expecting you to wind down. So over to you.
Thank you. I think 1 or 2 points that have been missed is the demise of a shop and post office in St Mellion. We have a pub on the opposite side of the road that is experiencing problems, obviously, because of the entrance in and out of the pub. It is quite a take your life into your hands to go in and out of that place. The village has no public hall because of the land that's been taken up in around the village was built. it's also building a swimming pool down there, which I can earmark at least 4 schools that would want to use it. At the moment, they're transporting their children either to Tavistock, Lansing, or Liscard by bus, and I feel that that really would be improving the carbon footprint. They could have special days where the pool could be used by individual schools, and also it's an extra usage for the local area, St Dominic, St Million, Pilliton, St Anne's Chapel, and Callington, of course, as they have no pool either. The amount of people actually living in these areas exceeds 5,000 plus, and some of that shortfall will go to Saltash swimming pool, some will go to Tavistock and Liscard. Lansing is a bit of out on a limb from us, basically, because of the high usage of that main road now. There was a note made about the amount of traffic. In the past 10 years, a car boot's been run from St Million roundabout on Saturday and Sundays, and that's brought over 1,000 vehicles to that car boot in 2 days. There's been no accidents, and there's been no complaint about that. Local farmer runs that, and I feel that that is a good assessment of how the road can take the traffic. There is a new road built in from the main St Million roundabout to the site, and I've been assured from the COE of Crown Gulf that they'll have staged building so as not to interrupt the flow of traffic in and out of that new build. Coming back to the bus stop, there was some concern about people crossing the main road. I think that an agreement could be made from Plymouth City Bus that they actually drive into the site. There's plenty of room. There's a roundabout inside the site where the bus could easily go into the site, pick up fares, and obviously transport them to where they want to go. The limit on the age of people buying these old people's homes and the provision of the flats and the care home doesn't make them unable to play golf or walk the site with some beautiful views. It's a proper country park, and I would imagine that 80% of the people that actually live at Dunstan Lane in their late years are still seen frequently in their 80s and 90s still out playing golf. So I don't think that the golf thing is completely dead. The demise has happened because of the great tournaments that were held there. They were basically backed by tobacconists and different other things that we obviously aren't able to support it now. And I feel that we would look forward to that club actually hosting another tournament, probably with celebrities. And there's plenty of parking for them. Local farmers open their fields up. It's usually summertime when they've cut their silage and whatever, and they're quite happy to assist the running of the club. I haven't got an awful lot more to say. I fully support this. I think it's an admirable thing. And if the COE is really hoping that Cornish people will be taken up with that, I think he needs to partner up with Cornwall Council. And I think
5 minutes, Chairman.
That will actually stop the problem of what I think that several questioners have asked of him. Thank you ever so much.
Chairman, you're on mute.
Time up.
Beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Jim. No questions for Jim, I assume, because there's no hands up, in which case we will move across to questions of the officer for clarification purposes. Andrew Long is up first, followed by Richard Pugh. Andrew.
Yeah, it's a question for Patrick and also for affordable housing officer. Have we got one here, or I don't know if we have, I can't remember. It really is a question, Patrick, with regard to affordable housing. The applicant has made a statement that that is going to be marketed for local use. Is there any way? I'm struggling to understand how we can protect that demand for local use if, say, 2 years down the line, the applicant, who I believe would probably market for local use, then sells the business to somebody who might not. So how can we, is there any way that we can protect this application to ensure that the units do have an affordable part to them?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, the conventional way, of course, would be to invite the applicant to enter into a legal agreement, a Section 106 agreement. But it's been made clear that the applicant is unwilling to do so. I mean, it's the standard thing we do with all housing development. And this is, at least in part, a housing development where we seek, in accordance with the policies of the local plan, to address the needs of the Cornish population as a whole.
Okay, for the moment, Andrew?
Not for the minute, no, thank you.
You'll come back with me. Okay, fine. Richard, Councillor Pugh.
Patrick, can I ask you this question about the contribution for the affordable housing? You heard the applicant say that he won't pay this at all. So what do we do now with that?
That's an interesting question, Councillor. Well, essentially, it would be the scheme is already what would be a departure in that it is antithetical to the adopted local policies of the council. So effectively, the applicant is inviting the committee to forego the usual contributions that would be sought. It's very unusual, and members will have to come to their own decision whether they think the positive benefits of the scheme as set out are so great as to countenance such a stance.
Can I have a question, Chairman?
Okay, Richard.
Can I just come back a second?
Yes, you may.
If we were to, if this was approved, we could actually approve it with no contribution whatsoever.
Sorry, Richard, could you just repeat that question?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
It's an overspill with somebody else coming in.
If this was to be approved, could we approve it with no affordable housing contribution at all?
Chair, I think that's probably best addressed to the council's legal officer, who's probably aware of what parameters and are and do and don't exist.
Yeah, Ben, would you like to come in on that one?
Thanks, Chairman. I don't know that I can add a lot because I think Patrick's explained it really well. So policy dictates that this affordable housing contribution is required, and you know affordable housing contributions are required to make the application reasonable and to make it acceptable. Clearly the applicant is suggesting that he won't accept that, and as Patrick has said, that would normally be secured in the 106. Members, you know, it is within your gift, isn't it, to approve whatever you want to approve, but you're being quite clearly told that it's going against the affordable housing usual requirements, and that's where we are. So it's up to you. And I mean, if you're in doubt, just look at the recommendation from Patrick. You'll see the recommendation. You'll see where he talks about the various things, but the affordable housing element as well, and why he's come to his recommendation. You can go whichever way you wish, but you will be going against policy. And I think that is the gist of it, Chair. And I think Patrick's explained it really clearly.
Right, thank you, Ben. Richard, coming back to you. Do you want to finish anything off? Carry on.
No. I'm a bit stunned, Chairman, to be honest with you.
Yes. Can I, before we go on to the next question, can I ask now that members take every opportunity they can in this section to get some of these points known or voiced or whatever, and hopefully reduce the open debate shortly. I don't think the open debate needs to have much added to it if we ask the questions in the correct manner. This case is a little bit unusual, has a lot of points that need to be looked at. So the next person on the list is Councillor Rushworth. Steve.
Thank you, Chris. I've got one question to the planning officer and one to the highways officer, if I may. The first one on to the planning officer is on page 21, in the paragraph at the top where it says the care homes. It says the council is moving away from purchasing residential care homes and its purchasing intentions are to replace these with ECH. Is that a statement by the council, or is that the way that the private sector is going? Are the private sector still investing heavily in homes?
For clarification, that's a consultation response from the council's adult social care officer. It's just really the old model was very much put old people in old people's homes and give them the care at these nodal points. The new model is very much to keep people in their own homes as long as possible and deliver the care to them in their own homes.
But that, would you confirm then that is a council policy? It's not necessarily an open market, a commercial policy.
That's true. It's quite clear there'll still be demand for the conventional residential care home model.
Yes, thank you. Okay. To the highways officer, if I may, he's kind of dodged in his comments the making a decision on sustainability. Now, if this was a residential development on its own, I think he would be saying that there's no sustainable transport routes for cycling and walking and that, but back to major areas. So, and then by saying, but he could put a condition in. But what would that do if they get up and running, and they fail this condition? What do we do? Do we close it down and pay compensation or not? I don't know what benefit this condition would do, and I'd like for him to explain that.
Paul, would you like to come in?
Yeah, sure. Through you, Chairman. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Councillor Rusher, thanks for the question. I think the condition's referring to the travel planning exercise, isn't it? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, it is. But if that doesn't work, what do we do?
Well, I mean it's a fair point, but it's an argument that can be used against any condition. It's a condition is a commonplace method of managing this sort of development, and I think the point about using a condition in a travel planning exercise is that it allows us to work out exactly what happens there. It's a wide-ranging mixed-use development. And not all the information is available at this stage, and a lot of that information could form into a much better travel plan going forward if we had it. So doing that condition stage is simply a sort of a better way of doing it.
So you would wait till reserve matters?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. One other question is, have you taken any to the sustainability of getting staff there? You know, there's probably as many staff going to be coming into the resort as residents who are staying there. I think the levels of staffing for care home are a lot higher than what the client said. So is it in a sustainable location for staff? I know the policy of most of the care homes is to be in residential areas so that the staff can walk to care home.
For you, Chairman, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the context of the way I've had to assess it is in the realms of the previous consents that have been gone through on this site, and from the transport assessments that we've had access to and reviewed. As a staff coming and going, it would have occurred if it was a holiday site or if it was an extra care facility, and there's the difference is fairly minimal. So looking for a sort of a hook to hang a refusal on or objection on would have been very difficult. In the context of this application, we assessed in the context of what had gone through before.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Paul. Councillor Fitter, John, your question, please, of the planning officer, first of all, but whoever else you wish.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, sir, may I just ask a question of Ben? And it's
by all means, yes, he's one of our officers, so most certainly.
Thank you very much indeed. Ben,
Morning, Councillor Fitter. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Ben, going back to this statement made by the applicant spokesperson that they would not be in a position and would not be prepared to pay the £4.5 million required up for the off-site contribution, and if the committee were minded today to approve this application and omit any requirement for a 106 contribution, this is driving a coach and horses through our own policy. And could you confirm, sir, would that not be substantial grounds for somebody to JR this decision?
Your words, Councillor Fitter, but quite possibly yes. So I think we've been quite clear, haven't we, that it would be a departure from policy. But I suppose, you know, we're saying that members, you have the authority, don't you, to make decisions, and sometimes you do depart from policy, and it's as simple as that, I think.
But putting your legal hat on and not
absolutely
side, would you consider it to be fairly strong grounds for somebody so minded to JR our decision as being willful?
It's possible, isn't it? So yeah, it would be irrational, for instance. And certainly at best inconsistent. Absolutely.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good question, John. Thank you very much, Ben. Martin Eddy, you're up next. Councillor Eddy.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Patrick. Patrick, in your reasoning, you argue that the impact on the church should be taken into account. I see the applicant makes the case that there's an application here which will impact on the church anyway, but you say that's not a valid argument. Am I correct in that?
Thank you, Councillor Eddy. It's interesting, this one. I note that Historic England have declined to get involved. It was certainly a matter of concern for the council's own conservation officer. I think the important thing is they are quite different, these two proposals. The extant permission for 203 holiday lodges, a lot of the lodges would have been much further to the west, in fact, and not filling up the footprint of the illustrative master plan that was part of the presentation. The second thing is, as individual lodges, they're likely to be 1 story, 1.5 stories high, probably with quite a lot of intervening vegetation. I think here we're looking at residential care home block that could well be, 2-3 stories high, and certainly the swimming pool sports leisure facility, if you think of most swimming pools, tend to be pretty tall, especially if they're combined with other sports activities. So that's quite a big monolithic item in the foreground of St Melanus Church.
So you're saying this application would have greater impact than the previous application, is that?
That's correct. I think it's slightly disingenuous to say, as has been presented, oh look, your council has been happy with 203 lodges, when firstly a lot of the lodges are to one side, and secondly they're not going to be such large, massive buildings as on this proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Patrick. Councillor Tamlin, Sam, your question, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for Patrick as well, along a similar vein. We've got this previous consent on some of the land, and there's a car park and things like that there too. I'm just wondering if this is considered as previously developed land.
That's an interesting point. I think it's mixed. It's quite a big footprint, as you recall from the illustrative master plan. Obviously, the car parking area to the south of the site is already developed as a car park. The rest of it certainly presents as greenfield land, and I'm not sure that we would consider it as previously developed land. It's outside of the existing developed part of the site.
Would it be open countryside, Patrick?
It certainly looks like open countryside. You're looking at fields with short grass and vegetated boundaries. There's no evidence of built form on a lot of the site. Chair, I can always go back to the aerial shot if you think that would be helpful.
If you wish to, Sam. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Perhaps if you could, Patrick, just
yeah.
pop it up and pop it back down again. That'd be lovely.
Okay. Chair, can you currently now see the electric master plan?
Yes,
Great.
let's see it.
Let's spin back. There we go. So to the south, we have the existing areas of car parking. There's the Cornwall Cornwall College building here, but I think it'd be hard to describe this as previously developed land. I mean, obviously this is used as a golf driving range, but there's no built form on it. That's my full answer, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Sam?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Lovely. If you could, lovely. Thank you, Patrick. Councillor Holly, Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 of the questions have been answered, which is great. The first one comes back to the affordable one, bearing in mind that this development, no matter how you put it, is a commercial development and it is there to make money. And we've got to remember that. And bearing that in mind, would another developer on another site locally in Callington or Saltash try and use this as a legal precedent for not paying affordable housing contributions or providing affordable housing on site? Do you think that's a danger?
I do think it sets a precedent because the next developer with perhaps an existing development will go, oh, me too, please. And, you know, I think it would be difficult for the council then, because people can say, oh, it's, what's the phrase, contrary to the tenets of natural justice. So I think any other developer who's got an existing site would say, oh, I need houses to make mine work.
Okay. Yeah.
Eric, just a second. Can we ask Ben perhaps for his comment on that, just to add to Patrick's?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think that follows on from the comments made by Councillor Fitter, doesn't it? So I think it does, yeah. There's certainly, you know, is quite a strong possibility, isn't it? Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ben. Derek, carry on, Derek.
The second quick question is about the impact on Horsefall Cottage, which I know well. I've been in it several times, and the church, which I've also been in many times. Has anything else been presented to you apart from the sort of fairly cursory, or have you had discussions of any sort since with the developers, apart from the sort of fairly cursory views from within the churchyard? I'm concerned that it hasn't been a proper heritage impact assessment on these two, as far as I can see. Is there anything extra I've missed?
No, Councillor, I don't think you have. I think the stance is very much, it's felt by the developers team that the extant permission effectively puts Cornwall Council in a position, they're comparing it, they're saying it's like and like, and they're saying that Cornwall Council can't resolve from its earlier position. But the officer view is that they're chalk and cheese, they're very different.
Thank you. I can see where you're coming from there. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you, Patrick.
Okay, Derek. Councillor Mole, Carol, you're next up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just slightly, it's for Ben, I think, my question, because if we insist that, you know, we stick with policy and a 106 arrangement is insisted upon, and then this development starts to take place, and as we know happens, we come back and I'm sorry, we can't make this viable, we have to revisit it. Do we run the risk of something half done, not finished, and a bit of a halfway house here?
Patrick, I think that's one for you, is it? Although, who would like to pick that one up?
I'm happy to.
Did you aim it at anyone in particular, Carol, or was this?
Well, I thought perhaps it's for both, but I thought perhaps from Ben's point of view, from a legal point of view, you know, where do we sit if we come back and, you know, we get halfway through and it's not viable? Where do we go then?
So in terms of what's not viable, Councillor Mold, sorry, I'm not.
Well, I'm saying, sorry, Ben, I'm saying that if we allow this, if we insist that a 106 arrangement is attached to this development, and then it starts to be built out, and we get, as has happened to me once or twice, we've come back that we can't make this viable for X, Y, Z. We then land up with something half done, half finished. Where do we sit with that then, and how do we deal with the supposed non-viability?
So that would be an issue, wouldn't it? The problem we've got today is your members may wish to insist on a 106, 106, which would capture the affordable housing, but we're being told that it's not viable. So we're going to struggle to go down that route. If a 106 was entered into, and that would be completed at the time of the permission, you know, an approval being issued, then it could be later down the line that things aren't viable, and then the 106 may have to be enforced against. Then we go into that realm, don't we? I think is that what you mean, Councillor Mould? So
yeah, it is.
So I think what you're you're referring to is a 106, perhaps, where things haven't worked out, and as we know, then we go to enforcement, and it can be tricky. The immediate problem we've got here is we're being told that the applicant isn't willing to enter into this 106, and so we'd have real difficulties in enforcing one, wouldn't we? In them signing it, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you.
Okay, Carol. Thank you. Oh, Patrick, your hand is up. Did you want to come in on that subject?
Chair, by your leave, yeah, there's a couple of points I think Councillor Mould is touching on. In the report, it does make reference, the site has had a long planning history, and there's a lot of concern at central government level about permissions being granted and not built out. And certainly there's at least two from a trawl of the planning history where that's been the case in this instance. There's a number of bases of holiday units over to the west of the site that have been languishing there uncompleted for a very long time. Secondly, I think it's worth pointing out on this notion of negotiation and the viability or otherwise of the site. Opportunities were extended to the applicants team to talk through different options and indeed to submit viability assessments of different options in the way that we often do. But unfortunately, those invitations weren't taken up. From an officer view, I think it's important to be clear that it is not clear that the option in front of members at the moment is the only option to secure the onward viability of the site. That's what I've got to say on that, Chair.
Lovely, thank you, Patrick, very much. Thank you.
Whilst you're there, Patrick, you still have a couple more questions in the pipeline, but whilst you're there, I'd just like to give you a simple one with regards to the NHS association with what I see as a private surgery. And is it not fair to say this is all still speculation as to getting the NHS in there, and that is the likelihood is that it won't? I don't know. I mean, what might your views be on that, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's very clear from the response of Primary Care Kerno, actually, at paragraph 21 in the report. I think it's probably worth just reading out the first paragraph, if I may.
Yes, certainly.
So there is concern about the reference to a new GP surgery being built as part of this development. NHS Kerno, who commissioned the services of GP practices, is not aware of this proposal. Any changes to GP premises, including new ones, need to be approved in advance by NHS Kerno. This is done through submission, and it gets a bit technical, of a PID, a project initiation document, by the GP surgery practice manager to NHS Kerno to review. All GP surgeries have their rent paid for them, known as notional rent, which is determined by the size of the practice. It is for NHS Kerno to approve any changes to practice size, and that's the important thing to point out.
Fine, lovely. So in answer to that, really, there's nothing on the table anywhere.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parsons, Adrian, your question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Patrick, sorry to go back over old ground. Could you just possibly pull up the satellite image of the site with regards to the open countryside when Councillor Tamlin asked the question, is it open countryside or could it be considered as previously developed land? Because I initially thought that this was encroaching into open countryside, then somewhat out the blue, I might have missed it, that you said the field to the north was actually a golf driving range. Is that a driving range?
My understanding is, and this is the end of it here, and I think people fire off.
Sorry to come in. Is that building in the corner of the what I thought was a field? Is that actually a building that is built out as a golf driving range then?
That's my understanding. This is the extant one, and this proposal includes replacing that with a newer, up-to-date one.
Right. Okay. So if that has extant planning, then is that classed as previously developed land, or is that open countryside?
Well, it's certainly got the use as a driving range, but as you can see, apart from the single building, it presents as open countryside, and there isn't any built form apart from the one building.
Yeah, I take that on board, but obviously it's not used as a field for open farming or countryside activities. It would be used as a field for leisure, wouldn't it?
That's correct. It's obviously part of the uses of the wider site.
Yeah. Okay. Whereas if we went outside of that red line, to me it looks like those fields are most definitely agricultural fields and not fields that would be incorporated within the complex.
That's certainly my understanding, Councillor.
Interesting. Okay. But yeah, I just feel that muddies things a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. We have one questioner left in Councillor Rushworth. I don't know whether, Andrew, you mentioned earlier you might want to come back, have a think about it, but cross to you, Steve, for your question, please.
Thank you. Just two simple things that has occurred to me while we've been discussing this. Firstly is we're doing away with a lot of car parking, and reference has been made to bringing tournaments back here. How are where's the car parking going to be replaced? There doesn't seem to be anything in the application for that, and is that a concern? And my other concern really is, I don't think it's viable to put affordable housing here. I don't think there's enough money, especially if they're going to sell the residential units to local people. That's going to cut down their profitability to be able to deliver affordable housing. So I think it's going to be very close, and even without affordable housing, by approving this application and relating it to the past application of holiday homes, are we increasing the risk of a further application coming back in for full residential property on this site?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, with regard to the car parking, I'm sharing the illustrative master plan. Chair, can you see that?
Yes, see that there, yeah, Patrick.
So there would be parking provided in this area here. There's a further area of parking that would be provided up by the proposed residential care home up here, and then presumably all the individual dwellings and also the blocks would also have parking provided for them. With regards to the affordable housing issue, if the committee was to vote in favour, officers would seek to open negotiations with the applicants to see if it would be possible to come to some sort of agreement, and then presumably it would either need to be referred back to the committee or referred back to the chair and the vice chair and the local member.
Okay, I've been to St Mirren playing golf many times, and on certain days when you get a lot of societies there, that car parking space is used quite considerably. In fact, I've had to park there many times myself and walk to the golf club. So it's the impact of losing parking as the effect. Don't forget, there's 80-bedroom hotel on the site. That means 80 cars plus every golfers, visiting golfers who go there. So are you satisfied that we're not losing a car parking provision?
I think it's important to remember this is still an outline permission. It may be the case that at reserve matters stage, when the numbers are crunched through, that further parking provision is considered essential, and then there may be the need for undercroft parking or whatever, but it's still just an outline permission at this stage.
And if we were to approve this application and it then didn't go forward on viability, does it make the chance of residential on this site greater or lesser?
That's a very interesting question. There have been a number of requests or entreaties from the applicant side for full residential on the site, and in accordance with the local plan, officers have always suggested that it wouldn't be supported. If restricted housing for age 65 and over in the receipt of assisted care was allowed, and then down the line the applicant was to come back and go, oh, look, it's not viable. You've agreed the principle of housing, albeit restricted. In order to make this work, I'm sorry, but we have to have unrestricted residential development. Personally, I feel that would put the council on a defensive position.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
think in answer, Steve, in answer, what you did raise a point about car parking for tournaments. I mean, I did play that course a lot back in the early 90s when the Bonds owned it, when it was at its peak. And I mean, if you recall, they used to hold the Benson and Hedges there with phenomenal numbers. But of course, being where they are, there was always adjoining fields that they could convert into car parks just for a weekend's golf, which is what those tournaments used to be, sort of Thursday to Sunday. So I don't think tournament golf, if it ever returned there, would have any problems finding parking with the surrounding fields. That's all I would say. But right, there's no other hands up for questions.
Jim, could I ask?
Oh, Jim. Oh, sorry, you hadn't said anything. Yeah. Okay, Jim.
This is a question to Patrick. Bearing in mind there are 390 extant planning permissions still viable on the site. This, I take it, has taken up 250 of them. Has a phase 2 application come in? Because I think that affordable could be put on those secondary application. I don't think that phase 2 has come in yet, has it?
Well, Chair, to my knowledge, there is no extant permission for unrestricted residential development on the wider site. The permissions that are extant are all for holiday units, so they'd be bound by holiday use only conditions.
I understand that, yeah. But,
fine.
But this,
okay, Jim?
That's all right, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. No other hands up for questions at the moment. Can you confirm that's correct, Vice Chair, before we move into open debate?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you. Open debate. I had a message come through from Andrew Long. Andrew, you can open it. And can you have your hands up for open debate, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I think it's been a really interesting debate today. I was looking at the officer's reasons for refusal on this application. Item 1 was it would result in significant quantum of residential development, divorce and population centres in a location primarily dependent upon the use of the private motor vehicle. I think I would dispute that in the fact that this is right next door to one of the major bus routes that we have in Eastern Cornwall, with a good quantity of buses in both directions daily, including Sundays. So I think there is a potential that you don't need to use the motor vehicle. So there is ample opportunity, and we can't continue to use that argument if we do have applications that are right next to major bus routes, that we then say it's not going to be everyone's going to use their car, because they do have the option to do that. So I would probably think that was a very light reason for refusal. Regarding the Grade 1 St Malanas Church and the Grade 2 Horsepool Farmhouse, with respect, I think the previous applications, which were further to the west, actually protrude a lot more into the landscape because they're higher up, and I think that would have more of an adverse impact on those two buildings. But that was approved. This bit has the backdrop of the hill behind, leading to the forest at Viverden Plantation. You can it backs onto that. So I think that I would also struggle on section 2. On section 3, with regards to the affordable housing, this is the one where I really have a frustration and my difficulty with this application. I have no doubt at all that Crown Golf will do their best to keep this at prices that will the local population could afford. But we have had multiple developers who've come to us who've said who've opposed any sort of affordable housing on their site, and we would very rarely then remove all affordable housing and all affordable housing details on there, simply because that is what they've told us. So whilst I understand that they might say that affordable housing, rather than having affordable housing on the site, an off-site contribution could be required. Now, we've done that before. We've done that on many applications before. Unfortunately, I cannot see that this application structurally, apart from the most of it, I can have no problem with at all. I think we need to do something about the St Mellion village. I think we need to, there's something needs to happen with regard to that, because people are using that cut through, despite what other people have said. It is happening and it is putting them at risk. But I cannot see how we get over at the moment the hurdle of affordable housing. We are required to provide affordable housing for local use with, and our policy on Cornwall Council is that it has a local needs condition on it. None of that is applicable here. We don't get any of that here. And if the applicant is really stating that they won't pay the off-site contribution, I really struggle to see where we are on this, Chairman. So I won't tell you more than that. I'll let everybody else have a go. I see there's several hands gone up.
Fine, thank you, Andrew. Councillor Holly, you're next up. Derek.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I differ slightly to Andrew on this because I've still got concerns about both Horsepool Cottage and St Melanie's Church. And I don't think that's been addressed properly because the previous application, definitely a lot of it was to the west and wouldn't have the same impact as this. This would have much more of an impact. What I keep saying to myself is, Derek, you've got to bear in mind that this is a commercial application and it's there in order to make money. It's not there for social purposes. It's not there to keep the people in the jobs. It's there effectively to keep the Crown Golf enterprise there viable and to keep it making money. Bearing that in mind, I come to the actual other arguments, which are, the first one of which is, I don't see, and I haven't been persuaded how this can help maintain family and social networks, simply because it's out in the country and it's not close. It's not walkable distance from people in Callington, not walkable obviously from Saltash, and there's a very, very small population in St Mellion anyway. So I've got a difficulty with that. I think these sorts of enterprises should be where they're accessible to family, and I don't think this is except by car. We all signed up to the idea, Mr. Chairman, in Cornwall Council with the local plan that developments in the country, we should seek to reduce the impact of car use and not increase it. And I can't see that ticks that box either. But my main concern, as is Andrew's, is with the affordable thing, because this council, when we put our affordable policy together and we debated it at length over some years, when we put it together, the idea was that we should provide houses for people who don't have the money, for poorer people, and enable them to have a nice house in a location, or in this case, a nice home which has got medical needs attached to it. Clearly, they don't want those there. I understand that. So that excludes poor people from in buying these. Normally, we would mitigate that by giving a contribution, so we could make sure that those poor people can have a house elsewhere. Now, this development is seeking to do away with that as well, and that's what I can't. That stops me. That makes me think this is socially and morally unacceptable, which is exactly why we put the policy together in the first place, Mr. Chairman, so we could help these people who don't have the money to help themselves in that way for various reasons. So if they're not going to make a contribution, and if they're not going to provide on-site housing for affordables, then I just cannot support it, Mr. Chairman. And in that respect, I think it doesn't tick the necessary boxes for development of this sort. It has things going for it, I'll accept that, and I think it would enhance the life of the village, and it would enhance the viability of the village, and it would give jobs, etc. But we've got to take, as always as Cornwall Councils, we've got to take the wider picture and not just immediate local effects. So I don't think I think it's an odd application because it's got too many omissions, Mr. Chairman, in too many areas. And, you know, if I'd have been behind this, I'd have made sure I ticked all the boxes first and had a proper heritage impact assessment, had proper discussions with NHS Kerno, kept them in the loop and got agreement from them, and all the other things that haven't been done in this application, Mr. Chairman. So I can't support it, but mainly for the affordable reasons. And I would propose refusal on the grounds of which the officer has already put down, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Derek. We have John Fitter. We got a proposer here. Is there anyone amongst our speakers? I mean, I'm happy to second that proposal, but is there anyone else in our speakers, John or Sam, who are likely to want to second that? I will if you don't.
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Right, okay, I'm not backing out, but you are next on the agenda here. So you're seconded Derek's proposal.
Yeah.
Right, so you are now speaking anyway, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll second it, and I would congratulate the officer on giving us all the information that we really need to make a decision either for or against. And I found the report to be very, very interesting. And certainly I would have to differ with Andrew and say that I believe all 4 reasons that the officer has given are perfectly adequate reasons for refusal. But, you know, if I could just say very briefly that this is a Trojan horse application. It's a development in the open countryside. If we put aside the fact that it's meant to one time to sustain the golf course and make sure the golf course is viable, well, I'm not quite sure you need a development of this size and magnitude to really sustain the golf course. And if that is the case, then really things are in a desperate strait. But it really cannot be right that we can just to sustain one business, allow a business and a development of this size to come forward. It's in an unsustainable location. I know Andrew says there is a bus stop, etc. and so forth, but the fact remains it's in the open countryside. And the one thing that does concern me, that if we were, in my opinion, misguided enough to approve this application without the requirement of a sign 106, and the officer and the applicant's agent has said that they would not be able to enter into one. So we cannot go down that road, and we're driving a coach and horse for our own policy. We need affordable housing, and if they can come forward with a 4.5 million offsite contribution, that would be that would reassure me on that. But I still wouldn't approve it, because I believe in actual fact that it's a development that is in the wrong place. So I will be, as I say, I'm happy to second it, and I'll be voting with the officer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John. Councillor Tamlin. Sam, you're next up.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was going to second it as well. I completely agree with what Councillor Fitter said. To me, this basically amounts to a new gated retirement village in the open countryside. It seems to be against the spatial strategy that we've set out in our policies. I don't think it's sustainable, and there's no affordable element. So for all those reasons, I'm happy to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mary, Councillor May. Mary, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think everybody's really said what I was going to say. But what I did want to say was last night when I read the papers, I was all behind, I would have supported this and was ready to support it until I heard the other information. But, when you first go out and do your neighbourhood plan consultation, and back come the replies, and all what this application wants to do is all fantastic asks from the local community. And my God, wouldn't my town like some of the stuff that is suggested? So what I'm saying, Chairman, is if the applicant, instead of doing a second swimming pool and all the other things, which is a wish list, and I'm wondering whether he actually can achieve all these tick boxes, is that if he withdrew half of this scheme, that would probably amount to what he would need to give towards the affordable housing. So I think the applicant, you know, he's put in a fantastic wish list, but he hasn't taken on board the affordable housing. So without repeating what Andrew, Councillor Long has said, and Councillor Fitter, and I would have seconded this as well, but I am kind of sad, because I think this would have been, you know, we're in lockdown now, and people are looking, when we come out of lockdown, they will want to go to places like this, you know, to be able to do all the plan that was in that plan and be able to take part with their families. So I'm a little bit sad at having to say that I'm not going to support it, but I think they really do need to look at the extra swimming pool, which I know why they want to do it, but look at the cost of what a swimming pool would cost in the local community if they had to build it. So with that, I'll finish, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I see one other hand up, Councillor Parsons, which I'll bring you in a moment. I'm hoping if any other hands come up, it's something completely and absolutely new for discussion. I don't want to go over and over this again. I congratulate everyone today on the patience they've shown and the comments they've made, especially our planning officer. But back to Adrian. Your points, Adrian. Adrian, please. You've just muted yourself, mate.
Sorry, thanks, Chairman.
Right, you're okay now, yeah.
Yeah, much it's mainly been said. What I would just like to say, I actually agree very much so with what Councillor Long has had to say today. I think this scheme has and does have a lot going for it. To me, there's no question. It is a sustainable location. St Mellion is a unit facility golf club that within this area of Cornwall has always been held up there with the utmost respect, and I think for those of us that live in this area, we want to ensure that that success continues. Comments that, and I don't want to have a go at anybody, comments that I find a little bit depressing are those that, well, to see this application come in, they must be in desperate straits. Well, quite likely, having been through the period of time that we have, a lot of businesses are in desperate straits, and we want to support them where we can to ensure that they do continue. Comments like, this scheme is purely to make money. Of course they want to make money. All businesses want to make money, don't they? If we can't make money, we can't expand, we can't diversify, we can't build businesses, and we can't pay staff. You know, the off-site contribution of 4.5 million, I wouldn't have said it's rocket science to look at a figure like that, add that to the cost of what's actually within the scheme, and I don't suppose you have to work out too many figures to see that it's probably not viable. But having said that, what's not palatable is the fact that there is no affordable element. There's no 106 agreement written in, and there's no affordable contribution. And I think that just makes it a step too far for most of us. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Fine. There we go. Jane, you've come up. I'll let you speak because you haven't today, but as I say, after you, I would hope that we can go to the vote on this one, because I cannot see anything new coming out of what we're about to say, any of us. So across to you, Jane.
Yeah, sorry, just turning off that phone. That it's like fate always rings when we don't need it to. Yes, I just wanted to say, first of all, it was interesting that the planning officer made reference. Can you hear me? I'm sorry about that.
Well, just there's a jingling in the background.
Let me just turn it off.
Oh my goodness.
Whoever it is,
thank you for the camera. Can we get back to the essential point?
Sorry about that. It was interesting that very early on in the proceedings that the planning officer made reference to a letter of objection that had come in, and it was interesting that was from a previous director of planning of Carradine District Council, but he didn't make reference to a letter of support for this application and proposal that has come in from the head of the tourism, Malcolm Bell, who we have put up as our figurehead on national news all over the papers and everywhere else for the last 12 months, who is in full support of this because of the economic and tourism benefits that St Mellion brings to southeast Cornwall. And it's also interesting that members from further down in Cornwall don't quite understand how important that has been to southeast Cornwall, and in past times how much revenue and boost to the local economy St Mellion has actually brought to us. And I just also wanted to point out, you know, that yes, that I'm disappointed there's not affordable contribution of some description in there, but we are very much in need of good care homes in southeast Cornwall. We are desperate for them. They do appear to be wanting to provide that. And, you know, there are a lot of pensioners who are in larger properties, absolutely struggling on pensions to keep these properties going, who would love to downsize to smaller managed properties. So I'm not saying there are all these wealthy people that people keep mentioning in this debate. I don't think that comes into it. So I think it would have been a good proposal if there could be some condition that ties them down to providing the goods and services, the post office, etc., and all those things that would make it sustainable, then I would be happy to support it.
I would correct you, Jane. I'd be amazed if anyone living in this county for more than 30 years doesn't know the importance St Mellion once was. Yes. I think even down as far as Mary.
It will be. Yeah,
even down as far
we
as
hope it will be again.
Yes, but as far as down as Mary May at Penryn, I expect even Mary's heard of them. Especially Benson and Hedges in the Bond days. But I would say that I think we're all aware of where St Mellion is, what it's all about. In fact, it's been a major venue for Bodmin College and St Austell areas and everything to go to for their graduation balls. For years. Absolutely. My grandchildren have gone there, all 4 of them. So it is well known. But moving on now to what's in front of us. There's no other speakers here. We have a proposal from Derek Holly, Councillor Derek Holly, and seconded by Councillor John Fitter. I will now pass it across to Patrick or Davina with regards to it, because I believe Derek and John, you're looking at in line with recommendation. Is that correct?
I am, sir, certainly.
Thank you, John. Derek? You're not seeking anything other than the recommendation in front of us?
No, I have, and I can't find it in the recommendation at the moment. The issue which Andrew raised quite rightly about the fact there is a reasonable half-hour bus service going past the site. Was that there somewhere, Patrick, in that recommendation? Because I don't think that's viable as such. I'm not sure it is actually.
Patrick, would you like to come in there just to?
Obviously, I'm aware that there is the bus service there, but the reference specifically to it within reason 1 for refusal isn't made.
Well, that's okay. If it was, I'd like that knocked off. But okay, if it's not specific,
okay.
Right, so as it is.
Lovely. Patrick or Davina, would you like to come in, or Ben, just to clarify any small points that we may have missed or I may have missed before we go to the vote, please?
I've got just a few points to clarify really quickly, Chairman. Just in terms, firstly, just Councillor Parsons' comments. The letter from Visit Cornwall was quoted within the committee report, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to have a look at that within the report itself under the representation section. In terms of conditions to provide sort of services and facilities, or to require the applicants to provide those services and facilities, I think that can be very, very difficult to achieve. Just to make members aware of that, often developers will argue that they need to build out the housing before they can provide any of the services and facilities. So I wouldn't, you know, I don't think we want to rely on any sort of conditions to try and secure those facilities coming forward. We can't guarantee that. It's very much dependent on market forces. In terms of, and lastly, and just in terms of Andrew's point about the first reason for refusal and the sustainability of the location, I think as officers we recognise there is a bus stop, and that the services from that bus stop are relatively good. But I think the overall sort of arching reason for that reason for refusal is the fact that the location of this development is contrary to the spatial strategy of the set out within the Cornwall local plan, which wants to direct these types of development towards the main service centres, the main towns and villages. So it's about that, and it's about being contrary to those policies, and the fact that those policies and that spatial strategy has been devised with sustainability in mind. So hopefully that clarifies. Thank you, Chairman. That's all from me.
Thank you, Davina. Ben, was there anything you wanted to say before we go to the vote, please?
Thanks, Chairman. Nothing from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, Rowena, it's across to yourself. We're looking at a proposal from Councillor Holly, seconded by Councillor Fitter, for refusal in line with recommendations. So it's across to you to take the vote.
Thank you. When I call your name, please indicate if you are for, against or abstaining. Councillor Burden.
I support the refusal as recommended.
Councillor Rushworth.
I support the proposal.
Councillor Eddy.
For.
Councillor Fitter.
For.
Councillor Holly.
For.
Councillor Jordan.
For.
Councillor Long.
Abstain.
Councillor May.
For.
Councillor Mould.
For.
Councillor Pascoe.
Abstain.
Councillor Pugh.
For.
Councillor Tamlin.
For.
Councillor Parsons.
For.
Councillor Batters.
For.
This application has been refused by 12 votes in favour, none against and 2 abstentions, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for doing an excellent job all around. Patrick, a long presentation, but well handled. We will take a break now, We'll take a break now and return at 10 minutes onto this, just after 12:20, we'll return, if you like, for the last 2 items on the agenda. Please remember you are live whilst we're having this break. So please turn off your screens and your microphones. Okay, see you just after 20 past. Thank you.
Chair, it's Emma Code, meeting producer. Would you like me to do a roll call vote when we get to 20 past?
Yes, please.
Well, not a roll call vote, obviously, a roll call.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, it's 20 past. I'll just do a roll call to make sure everybody's back in attendance.
Thank you,
Councillor Burden. Councillor Burden. Okay, Councillor Eddy.
Here.
Yeah. Councillor Eddy.
Here.
Councillor Fitter, are you back?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Flashman, are you back?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Holly.
Present and correct, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Rushworth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Present.
Councillor Mould. Councillor Mould. No. Councillor Pascoe.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Pugh.
Yeah.
Councillor Tamlin. Councillor Tamlin. Okay, Councillor Parsons.
Present.
Councillor Batters.
Yes, present, Emma. Yeah.
Councillor Burden, are you back? No. Councillor Eddy, are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Mould. Councillor Tamlin, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Chairman, we're just waiting for Councillors Burden and Mould.
Fine, thank you. A moment or two.
Councillor Burden, are you back in the meeting? Councillor Mould, are you back in the meeting? Councillor Burden, are you there? Councillor Mould, could you indicate if you're present?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am. I beg your pardon.
Thank you. So, Councillor Burden, can you indicate if you're present?
Chairman, I've just tried ringing Councillor Burden and I can't get any reply at the moment.
Right. Well, we'll have to make headway without him because obviously if we can't contact him by phone and he's not answering, there's not a lot else we can do. Are you in accordance with that, Emma?
Yeah, that's fine, Chairman, obviously. I mean,
he
yeah,
might, if he pops in a moment, I mean,
Yeah.
you can let us know he's on board. But
okay.
right, we resume the meeting now on second application 4.2 PA 20/01332, land to the west of the Meadows, St Dominic, Cornwall. It's being presented by Patrick James again. Nice to have you back, Patrick. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll share my screen.
Can you advise when Councillor Burden comes on board, Emma?
Chair,
Okay,
can I just
Patrick,
check, can you see the presentation okay?
Yes, all clear. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so very different application this time round. This is a reserved matters for a permission that's already been granted for 14 dwellings. and it's actually 7 affordables and 7 open markets. And despite the parity in the proportions, it's actually a regular urban development considered and approved under policies 3 and 8. And so it's, just to be for clarification, it's not a rural exception site approved under policy 9. Sorry, Chair, my keys have jammed. I'm not quite sure why. Just bear with me. Oh, here we go. Okay, so just to reiterate, the permission has been granted, and that's the reference number. It's
just
not.
Just a minute, I might turn this volume down. I'm on a planning site meeting, so no, it's okay. No, it's all right. I can turn it down. So,
John, I think you got your somebody. Is it John? It might not be John. Someone's got their mic on. Okay, carry on, Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. So it's reserved matters just for part of the site, effectively the affordable housing part of the site. The open market dwellings are intended to be self-built, and the reserved matters for those will be submitted individually in time to come. So the main layout issues really are the layout, the proposed layout of the site, impact on neighbours, as will become clear, and impact on the character of the locality. Once again, we're in the Tamar Valley area of outstanding natural beauty. We're actually in it this time rather than just being adjacent to it. And so we're just a little bit to the east and the north of St Mellion where we were. I would refer members to the update as well, which hopefully you've all had a chance to have a look at. Okay, so here's the plan. So once again, the horizontal lines indicate that we're in the Tamar Valley of area of outstanding natural beauty. So we have the village of St Dominic here, and the pub, the Who'd Have Thought It Inn, down here. And here's the site, this sort of pentagon size shape. And here we are closer up. So this is the main road to the front and the pub here. We have a development of bungalow old people's oriented housing here. And on this side, there's a single dwelling. There's a single dwelling called Stone Cross, immediately adjacent to the site. And the way it's oriented, its front actually looks directly into the site, which of course is a constraint that the developments had to work with. So looking at the aerial, again, you can see the single-storey bungalows here. The entrance to the site would be here. There's a Cornish hedge, and for the benefit of members from further down the county, Cornish hedges vary, as is well known, across the county. This is very much an earthen bank, so it's not so much the stone-clad earth bank or even the dry stone wall, which you get in the highland areas of Cornwall, just for that differentiation. So here's the adjacent dwelling, Stone Cross, which is with its main facade looking directly into the site. Here's a rear lane. It's not formally a public right-of-way, and it's not formally an adopted highway, but almost certainly if it was to be approved, it would be a highway under the Highways Act. Looking a little closer up again, just for a bit more information, because it's important. So we have the bungalow estate here. There's 3 main dwellings who are adjacent to the site. This one has its garden to the side, this one has its garden to the side, and this one has a smaller garden to the rear. This is Stone Cross. As you can see, the core of the building, the 2-storey core, is in an L shape, and its main facade is across into the site. Has the benefit of a large garden that wraps around to the other side away from the development site. Cars come in the front here, and they pass along in front of the main facade of the dwelling to the single-storey garage extension. This is the proposed site plan. So we have the main road here, and so the affordables would be in a group here, sort of centrally within the layout of the area. These are just as it were, penciled in because it's just an outline, it's just an indicative layout of where they may go. Obviously, as bungalows, they would tend to have bigger garden areas than a 2-storey house, which is more compact. We've got the 3 dwellings on this side coming down, the main entrance coming in here, the pedestrian and push bike access onto the rear lane that would then link up in towards the village. And there would be a series of new tree planting in the site. This is the access and cycle access back into the village. So this is the rear lane, and it'd be proposed that it would be surfaced. There'd be a drop curb to cross the road at this point. This is at the moment a grassy verge, as is this bit, and then it would pick up with the metalled pavement here, and then you're just at the village school there. So there's a bit more detail on the access plan. So currently we have a Cornish hedge across the front, and the idea is that it would be the 2 arms would be recessed, and there would be a suggested condition to reuse the existing material to try and protect biodiversity and use the existing seed bank in the earth that's there. What else? And the idea also included in the proposal is to create a new Cornish hedge there and a new Cornish hedge there to reinforce the boundaries between the existing dwellings on either side. The existing Cornish hedge to the south of the site would be reinforced. There's a plan just to show that refuse and emergency vehicles would be able to access the site, all the dwellings, and emerge onto the site. Similarly, it also shows the visibility display. These are elevations for the affordable units. So you can imagine they would be all in a row. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13, 14. The materials would be natural slate roofs because we're in the A, O, and B. The walls would be off-white render. There'd be hanging slate at the either end of the row of the houses. The door would be composite timber, so timber to the external side. There'd be canopies over the doors and vertically oriented symmetrical windows. Now some photos to give you a bit of context. So this is the main road to the front of the site, looking northwest, as if you've just done the corner of the pub behind you. This is one of the gardens of the bungalow areas, and we're now looking across to the other adjacent house, Stone Cross. This is the as it were, the side or the rear, depending which way you want to look at it, of Stone Cross, looking through a gap in the hedge and across its garden. Now we're within the site. So as you can see, this is the Stone Cross that looks directly into the field. And they've got, you can see the metal vehicular access path that passes along the front of the dwelling. And this is the single-storey garage extension. And this is looking down the length of the current boundary that it would be hoped to be reinforced by the proposal. This is standing at the south of the site in what is currently the field access. So again, we're looking up towards Stone Cross here, looking into the site. And that's the main road roughly going along there. And these are the 3 immediately adjacent bungalows on this side. So really it's a balance considering the acceptability or otherwise of the submitted details with particular regard to layout and the impact on neighbours and impact on the character of the locality. I would say that the layout has been through a number of iterations, trying to take into account the need to protect the residential amenity of the occupants of Stone Cross. And it's probably a good idea to look at this site. You can just see so the actual symmetrical facade of Stone Cross extends about that distance, and this bit here is the single-storey blind garage extension. So the idea is that this would be garden area of a future bungalow, and the 2-storey houses are set off so that there'd be a good, you wouldn't tread on the toes of that front formal elevation of that dwelling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Patrick. Sorry for the few minor interruptions. There's obviously people coming and going, some of the speakers. Emma, for the record, is Councillor Burden a member of this application at the moment?
Councillor Burden's name is showing as being in the meeting.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Right, okay. we proceed then. Our first speaker in objection is Andrew Lynch. Are you there, please, Andrew?
Hello, Mr.
Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Andrew. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending. You'll have 3 minutes now to address the members of the committee. 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes, you will be advised that you're 30 seconds away from ending. And if you can hold at the end of it, there may be some questions for clarification coming your way. And Patrick, if you can turn your lovely, thank you. Right, away you go, Andrew.
I request the committee reject the proposals for the following reasons. The affordable housing design and layout is contrary to Policy 8 in paragraph 69 of the Housing SPD. The plot sizes are tiny, with no front gardens and no amenity areas provided to compensate for the lack of space. The entire AH area is only 28% of the house plot area, while the open market housing is 72%. This is not the 50% split as the policy stipulates. The AH layout is not tenure blind and is clearly separated from the open market housing. The Housing SPD states residential developments should be designed so that affordable housing is tenure blind, and also the affordable homes should be of at least the same quality of the equivalent open market homes. The clustering and tiny plots do not satisfy these conditions. Why is it thought acceptable to deviate from the Council's own policies and Housing SPD? The overlooking stone cross is not adequately addressed, and the privacy of its occupants will be materially degraded. The planning officer dismisses the slanting view when overlooking, but this is not the approach taken in the design guides. The AH is only 16 metres from Stone Cross and its private garden, not 21 metres as stipulated. The vehicle and pedestrian accesses will be unsafe. The proposed footpath link to the village centre, community shop and school emerges where there is no existing verge, so the new footpath cannot be constructed anywhere else except over the existing road. The road here is already narrow and adjacent to a blind bend. This footpath is proposed along an existing overgrown track used by vehicles and doesn't belong to the applicant or Cornwall Council. The track is not wide enough for pedestrian vehicle use. So who will light, maintain and repair this footpath? I can't believe Cornwall Council will do this for footpaths on land belonging to others. The vehicle access is unsafe as the visibility display is blocked by a neighbour's 2.4 metre high permanent wall and fence. The highway's access plans are incorrect and incomplete. The front of any emerging vehicles will
30 seconds remaining
into the existing narrow road in order to see the required distance. Large vehicles will take up the whole road when emerging. The junction doesn't comply with the manual for streets design, so Cornwall Council seem to be taking on a more onerous situation than usual in accepting this design. For all these reasons, I ask the committee to reject the application.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, you finished, have you? Yes?
Yes, I have. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. If you could hold in case of any questions coming your way. As a point of interest, Andrew, do you live in the close vicinity to this allocation?
Yes, I live in the pastures, so I'm a neighbour to the proposed development.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the speaker for clarification purposes, please? Any questions for clarification? I cannot see any coming up. Chair, Vice Chair, is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In that case, Mr. Lynch, thank you very much for attending. You can, of course, continue to view this on live stream. But thank you very much for coming along.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sue Shannon of St Dominic Parish Council, who is objecting to the application. Are you there, please, Sue? Hello, Sue, are you there? Hello?
Chairman, if she could press *6 to unmute her telephone.
Okay, if you could follow that instruction, Sue, we will get to hear you. *6 on your phone to unmute. Are you there yet?
Hello,
Hello, that is Sue Shannon.
it is speaking.
Hello, Sue Shannon. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank
You
you.
have 3 minutes to speak to us, and you will be given a 30-second warning before the end of it. If you can hold at the end as well, there may be some questions coming to you for clarification purposes. Okay?
I understand.
Lovely. Away you go then when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, good afternoon. When outline consent was approved, it was agreed 50% of the
You're very faint, Sue.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No, I said you're very faint at the moment.
Thank you. Can I start again, please? Because
Yes, you can, but I think you need to keep closer to the phone or whatever the case may be there. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We do have problems here. Right, when outline consent was approved, it was agreed 50% of the development would be affordable housing. The decision was made with a view towards Policy 9, which states market housing must not represent more than 50% of homes a land take. Hello, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, it seems somebody interrupted you there or something.
Yes, I felt fortunate.
This is all in your 3 minutes, so I should keep going.
I understand. I understand. The revised matter shows the ratio of land take being approximately 2 to 1. ASPD paragraphs 69 and 70 reiterate the 50% quantum and land take and details the 10-year blind. This has been overlooked as there is clear segregation between the affordable and market housing. The 7 units, affordable units, are in a group lined against the west boundary, which will have a serious impact on the existing property. Affordable homes under 10-year blind must be in small clusters interspersed among the market housing. This is clearly not shown on this proposal, and it's something the previous housing officer insisted upon. Guidance given in the Quality Design Guide appears to have been disregarded with respect to privacy and outlook. A distance of 21 metres is required between new and existing dwellings. Plots 13 and 14 overlook the property Stonecross, with plot 14 being just 16 metres away. This seriously impacts on the owners of Stonecross. Ownership of the off-site footpath is unknown, and therefore the developer has no authority over it. It's unpaved, overgrown, and used by agricultural vehicles. The path is not wide enough to accommodate both pedestrian and vehicles and ends at a blind bend. Pedestrians walking to the village must cross the road on this bend to reach the established pavement. The current site plan does not illustrate this anomaly. Manual streets requires developers to put pedestrians first. Would a site visit be beneficial? St Dominic Parish Council supports affordable housing.
30 seconds remaining.
But oppose the current plans on the grounds stated. I have finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could just hold for a moment or two. Are there any questions of the speaker for clarification purposes, please? There does not appear to be. No hands are going up. Can you again confirm that, Vice Chair?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In that case, Sue, thank you for attending. And of course, you're obviously quite welcome to continue watching on live stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologise for the interruption.
That's no problem at all. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next speaker, Lucy Harmon. Hello, are you there, Lucy Harmon?
Hello.
Hello, is that Lucy?
It is, yes.
Hi, good day to you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
You may or may not be aware you have 3 minutes to talk to us. We will give you a 30-second warning for the end of the 3 minutes. And if you can hold on at the end for any questions of clarification for you. So when you're ready, away you go. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. The site, seems to be a bit of confusion over policy 9. Now, the site was entered into as an infill site, and that would mean the site would need 4 affordable dwellings in line with Cornwall policy. As a result of discussions at the outline stage, the developer has committed to provide 7 affordable houses and 7 self-build dwellings as the site. This reserve matters application is just for the 7 affordable dwellings with the site layout, and then each self-build house would submit their own reserve matters application to deal with scale, design and so forth at a later date. A spine road with a full turning head leads centrally through the site, and the 7 affordable houses are proposed to the west of the road. This is the preference of Plymouth Community Homes, and it's for ease of maintenance, reducing management costs for residents and for health and safety. Due to the nature of the self-build dwellings on the remainder of the site, build times and the starts can be staggered, and it takes quite a long time, potentially, for these houses being built at different stages. So it's therefore sensible to keep the affordable housing together and separate from the self-build. And we've changed the site plan to suit planning discussions to keep it central within the scheme. Each dwelling meets nationally prescribed space standards, and it exceeds the council's policy for minimum garden standards. So in terms of policy, we feel we are addressing all those issues. The houses have been designed in line with the Cornwall Design Guide, and they utilise render, natural slate hanging, natural slate roof with timber door canopies, and the windows have symmetry and a vertical emphasis. The hedges are to be strengthened with new Cornish hedge to surround the remainder of the site. We consider proposals create an attractive scheme, provides much needed affordable housing in the area. And just to address a couple of the points that Andrew Lynch had brought up, it's incorrect that there's less than 30% of the land take being affordable, because we are just over 30%, which is in line with policy, while still obviously providing the 7 affordable dwellings. And the garden sizes do meet policy. They are larger than the minimum garden sizes. And the same with the unit sizes. They meet the nationally prescribed space standards. But if you've got any questions, please do ask them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for clarification? I see one from Councillor Long. Andrew.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. I have 2 questions. First of all, on the houses themselves, could you confirm what environmental measures are being used to reduce energy consumption and also to provide insulation, etc., to conform with the ongoing climate emergency? That's the first question.
They're likely to be air source heat pumps, and we'll obviously be meeting building regs. The new Part L is coming in soon, which is going to increase how much insulation levels and getting through SAP calculations. So that's going to be actually quite onerous anyway, but we will be exceeding building regulations. And with the use of air source heat pumps, that will greatly improve.
Thank you. The second question I've got is on land, the allocation of land. Policy 8 and the discussion that Cornwall Council's had for a number of years does not just talk about the quantity, but also the size of plots.
Yes.
Whilst we can argue about a 0.1% or a 0.2% difference, what you're saying, are you saying that seven properties will fit into 30% of the land mass, and 7 properties will fit into 70% of the land mass? Is that correct?
That is correct. It's because the remainder of the site is self-build as opposed to just general open market, they obviously need additional space to be able to build within their plot. And similarly, if there's, the likelihood is everyone will be building their own house separately. It's not going to be one builder doing the lot. So we need to keep space for scaffolding for each of those houses, room for materials to be on site, rooms for any traffic associated with that build to be on their own plot. The developer's done a similar scheme at Churchtown Farm in Salt Ash, and the affordable was dealt with in the same way, also with Plymouth Community Homes, and that is separate to the site, and it does make it a bit different to how we treat a general open market site.
Yeah,
but in terms of the land take, we are compliant because obviously we could have gone with 4 affordable houses to be policy compliant. The developer was keen to provide the 7 while still meeting all the minimum sizes. but so we're policy compliant in terms of land take, we're policy compliant in terms of the unit sizes, so we've managed to provide an extra 3 affordable dwellings than what's required by policy.
I completely understand that, and I think everybody will welcome that. My query is on the quality of life given to the 7 affordable housing people who are living in those, compared with the 7 open market housing, which will have vastly bigger gardens, vastly bigger open spaces. Whilst you understand that, and I understand what you're saying, that does conform to the letter, do you think it conforms to the spirit of Policy 8?
Yeah, I do, because also we're not talking about just general open market housing. We're talking about self-build, which becomes a method for people to be able to get a decent sized house in a village, which at a cheaper way of doing it. You know, if you're buying a plot, if you're a builder yourself and you're buying a plot and doing this yourself at weekends, you can build this at much cheaper and to suit yourself. So it's a bit of a different scenario than just a developer-led open market scheme. So from the point of view of affordable housing, the affordable housing, they're going to be well-designed houses, they've got decent-sized gardens, they're still meeting those standards. And yeah, I do agree, you know, that they are smaller than what was provided on the self-build. And if this was a open market scheme, the developer is likely to have gone with the minimum affordable housing and would be looking at getting more units on that site. But it's not, it is self-build and it is a bit different.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Next question from Councillor Eddie Martin.
Thank you, Chairman. It really was a question around the hedge treatment in front of Stone Cross. I see there's a proposal for a hedge, which, you know, it's great to see hawthorn and native plantings being put on top of the hedge, but that house must get a lot of light from the west and from the east, and as that growth grows up, it'll increasingly impact on the light going into that property. So I was wondering if there's any kind of management that can be put in place to manage the vegetation on top of the hedge as a sort of party approach, rather than because these things have a way of growing up and up and up, and then no one gives them any management. So any thought about how that hedge would be managed to accommodate the neighbours? Thank you.
Yes, that could be included in the management plan, and that could be part of the condition if that was something members felt useful. There's part hedge along there already, but obviously by bringing that through, it creates a threshold between the existing house and the new dwellings, and it could either be part of the management plan, which would be part of the affordable housing, or part of the site management plan.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. There is no hedge there now, is there? That's the point. So you immediately lose light by a hedge being constructed. So thank you.
Well, there's a small section of hedge at the start of the site, and then there's bushes and trees, sort of a third of the site halfway down as well.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Next question from Councillor Moll Carroll. You're on mute still, Carol.
Wrong. Sorry, Chris.
Okay, trouble.
Can I just have some clarification, please? Did I hear correctly that the open market are going to be self-build in so much the plots are sold and people build their own? So when we're under site management, do these self-builds have to be completed altogether? Or are they going to be completed as and when? And how does that fit with the overall development of the site, please?
The self-build, what was on the last scheme the developers did, the self-builders had to complete within a certain timeline. The way it's happened there, it's they are all at different times by the nature of it. There's a couple now that are lived in on the site at Saltash, while some are literally in sort of DPC level being built. So that's why it was so important to keep the affordable sort of separate to that part of the site as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next question, Councillor Burden, Neil.
Yes, I'm a bit concerned about the size of these properties. I see that you've rectified that a 2-bed is not for 5 people but for 4. But what happens when the eldest child gets to 10 years old? So why such small properties if it's for family homes?
We've been asked by affordable housing to dictate, they've dictated, so like a 2-bed 4-person, 3-bed 5-person. And then on top of that, we have to meet the nationally prescribed space standards. So these all slightly exceed that. So from Plymouth Community Homes, who will be taking the houses on, they ask for certain sizes, which again link to the nationally prescribed space standards, and that's what dictates each of those sizes. If affordable housing had given us they needed like a 4-bed or whatever, it goes on what needs required in the area, so that the sort of the mix was given by affordable housing.
Yes, I mean, I've worked it out. I mean, how big would the lounge be then for the 3-bed?
Oh, sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
No, but I've been
like
working it out. It's not very big, and I just feel that a family needs a bit of space. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
I do agree, but that's it meets the national policy for space standards, so it's what's been agreed countrywide as well, and we are slightly over the prescribed space standards.
Thank you, Neil. Martin, if you can pop your hand in, unless you got another question. Martin? All right, fine. Are there any other questions for the speaker for clarification purposes? I don't see anything there, and no doubt, Vice Chair, can you confirm, please?
Yep, that's correct, Chairman.
Fine. Lucy, thank you very much for attending. And as you know, it is on live stream, so you can continue watching if you like. But thank you very much.
Lovely. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye.
We now pass across to the divisional member, Councillor Flashman. Jim, you have the usual 5, which I'm hoping you'll wind down by. Okay, across to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Right, good. I think that the planning officer's done a wonderful job with the developers. I understand that 3 of the 7 have already have interest, so, and those are local people with families actually, so hopefully a start will be made. The first 3 will probably have the choice of the site, so we'll see how it goes. I don't see a great problem in the pavement because the road is obviously straight opposite to the other side of the road. But I think that, like most sites, people do use vehicles to go shopping or wherever they go. The school time is usually quite quiet, that road. There's no extensive traffic. They did mention the amount of traffic going up and down from Coateal, but you've got to remember that there are more than one way down into Coateal. Obviously through Harrowbarrow, down past Honeycomb, in through St Anne's Chapel, coming up from Calstock, and in through St Dominic Village. So the numbers don't add up, saying they will come past this route. So I'm quite content, excuse me, I'm quite content with this application, and I would hope that the councillors will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Okay, we're open now to questions of clarification of the planning officer. I see Adrian Parsons, your hand is up. Councillor Parsons.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, mine's on a slightly different issue, Chairman. I just wanted clarification. I think it was stated that with virtual meetings, members have to be present for the whole presentation. I was just unsure when Councillor Burden's light came on that he actually wasn't present for the start of the meeting. So I'd just like to be sure that we're in the right place here. Thank you.
Right, we'll clarify that. I mean, at what stage did he come in, Emma? And can you qualify whether he is entitled to vote on this or not, please?
Chairman, it's Emma Code, meeting producer. Councillor Burden was showing as being in the meeting for the entire time. He hasn't left the meeting, but he didn't confirm his attendance during the roll call. That's all I can see. I can't see when he dips in and out of the meeting.
Right, fair enough. So are we to assume
Well, you may wish to ask the question of Councillor Burden, because obviously he would be aware of how much of it he was here for.
Councillor Burden,
Yes.
how far did you jog? How far did you jog and not get back and get back in time for?
I was there for the officer's presentation. The whole
You were fine. It was only obviously you were not there to answer the roll call. That was all.
No.
I think it's a valid point because we have to cover these things.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mind if you don't want me to vote. I won't. That's fine.
Right. Okay. Ben, would you like to speak up?
Yeah, happy with that, Chairman. I think Councillor Burns been there for most of it anyway, hasn't he? And it is his decision. Yeah. Clearly, he missed very little, if he did miss any.
Yep. Thank you very much. That's what I thought. Okay, Adrian.
Oh, absolutely fine, Chairman.
Thank you. Right. So in that case, Councillor Tamlin, Sam, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. First one's about the track or the rear lane, and I'd like to know whose responsibility it is to maintain it going forward.
Would you like in there, Chairman?
Sorry, what was that, Jim? You came?
Would you like me to come in there, because I do know who owns the lane?
Let's just let Patrick have a go at it first, if you may, because it is two officers of questions. But I mean, see, if Patrick can't, I'll come back and allow you to tell Sam. Patrick.
Thanks, Chair. I took this up with the highways officer. What happens, because in Cornwall we have quite a few of these lanes of indeterminate status. So apparently, because the landowner already have access over the lane, when you have one of these shared lanes, it's beholden upon any landowners who have access on it to do the upkeep. So similar, sometimes you get cul-de-sacs in well-to-do areas, and basically all the people who have access to those cul-de-sacs, if they're not adopted, have to come to some arrangement about the upkeep of the lane. So that would be the situation. It's a condition of the it's a proposed condition of the reserve matters, and so it would be beholden upon the landowner.
Okay, I answered it, Sam.
Yeah, as long, and it sounds like we know who the landowner is. So
yeah,
that's
okay. Yeah, okay, Jim. I think Sam's got the answer he wanted. Thank you.
Okay.
I've got another question, if that's okay.
Oh, because sorry, Sam, I didn't want to cut you off. Yeah.
One of the speakers did mention Churchtown, and that's actually in my division. And that's a reason I've got some concerns, because I'm afraid that the self-built properties are causing no end of issues or casework for me. I just want to check that the layout for the self-build is a reserved matter, because I know Patrick mentioned earlier the layout of one of those bungalows, particularly relating to that house. And I just want to check that that is actually a reserved matter and it's not something we're deciding today.
Yeah.
I can confirm that, Chair. All the bungalows, all the open market are reserved, and so for each one of those they're going to have to submit their intended plans, and each one of those applications will be assessed where they impact on the neighbours to make sure that any impact is acceptable to existing neighbours.
Okay, it's just that you did spend some time during the presentation talking about how they'd moved that house forwards towards the road, but that's actually a reserved matter, is it?
That's great. Sorry if I gave the wrong impression. So house number one, the nearest one to Stone Cross. Yes, we at some point in the future, reserve matters application is anticipated. It is hoped that it roughly takes its lead from the at this stage purely indicative layout. Obviously, if it plonks itself right in front of Stone Cross, it's heading for the grave.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Pugh. Richard.
This is for Patrick. I think you've just answered my question, actually, but I'll just quickly go through. Both of the first and second speakers mentioned the distance from Stone Cross to the housing of being 16 metres. Is that now then reserve matters when they come in for the bungalow?
It's a slightly complicated picture. First thing, historically, we've always had this 25-metre guideline in the old Cornwall design panel, and that's very much back-to-back houses where they're facing each other directly. So we've got a slightly odd situation here where we've got a house where its main facade is not where you'd expect. It's not facing the highway. Also, the house has a very large garden, much of which is actually occluded from view from the potential new houses, because a lot of the garden would actually be behind, i.e. to the northwest. So the dwellings are staggered, so they're not back to back. They're removed down, so the occupants of the existing house would have a good vista out. The indicative house, the bungalow in front, at the moment it's indicated as being close up to the top of the site to maintain that all-important display for the existing dwelling. And again, as you suspected, Councillor, this would be a matter to be picked up at the reserve matter stage for that individual dwelling.
So the affordable housing, is that further away than 16 metres? Or don't you know?
No, well, they don't actually face each other, they're actually staggered. That's the whole point. So, right. So yes, it is. If you were to extend a line of the facade of Stone Cross down into the void, and then take a distance from that imaginary line across to the back of the dwellings, yes, that is 16 metres, but they don't face each other.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor Long, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you very much. A couple of questions for you, Patrick. Firstly, on plot 1, I'm assuming that the location of plot 1, it will be subject to a reserve matters application anyway, is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor, exactly as I've just been saying.
Lovely. Okay, just wanted clarity on that one so that everything. The second question is regarding what I would call plot 14. You're saying that it's not directly in line, but would you not agree that that is actually, it's not 45 degrees angle difference, it's only probably about 10-12%. So the visibility of looking from plot 14 into the accommodation of the house is still quite possible. Would you not agree that that was the case?
I agree, Councillor, that there is the possibility of some intervisibility. Obviously, up until this point, the occupants of Stone Cross have had unencumbered views, no need for net curtains or whatever. You know, they may feel the need to have net curtains in some of their windows. The important thing is the plan that I showed. A lot of what is nearly faces plot 14 is actually the single-story blind sided garage extension. So personally, I'm of the view and discussed it with other officers that any degradation of privacy and neighbour amenity is within acceptable limits.
Okay. The third question, sorry, can't count there for a second. The third question is regarding the visibility displays. You put 2.4 metre by 43 metre shown dashed, but that appears to go through a hedge that is owned by the property next door. So how can you confirm that visibility is actually there? Because looking at above the line where you've got the new Cornish hedge, hawthorn, hazel, that line goes across what looks like to be where the dotted line joins it. That is actually a property that's owned by somebody else. So are we being accurate in regard to that visibility display, or are we being a bit liberal with the fact that it might not be quite 43 metres looking to your left?
A good point, Councillor. This has been an issue as raised by the one of the neighbour speaker. Firstly, the existing hedge to which Agent Lucy Harmon referred is actually on this site. It's not actually on the neighbour's site. And I've been out to have a look at the wall, and it's like a dwarf wall at the moment. And I believe that the plan, as shown on the swept path analysis plan with the visibility display, is achievable. Furthermore, I've discussed it with the highways officer, and I raised specifically this point, and he's content that the geometry of the layout would result in a safe and suitable access.
Yeah, that wasn't really the question with respect. What I'm just trying to get to is it looks as though that piece of land is not in the ownership of the applicant. Is that correct? where that dotted line goes through the resident next door. Is that correct? Because it doesn't look like it on the drawing.
Okay, can I just check, councillor, are you looking at the plan labelled swept path analysis?
I'm looking at your plan on your application, looking at your plan on the agenda today, where you have the visibility displays with, you said 2.4 metre by 43 metre shown dashed. I'm looking at the red.
45, Andrew, isn't it? Page 45.
Yeah, so I've zoomed in because of my age and fast approaching senility, to make sure I can see it properly. But the it looks very much to me like that dotted line, once it leaves the red band of the hedge, of the proposed Cornish hedge, then goes across a piece of open land and then hits another line intersecting it at 90 degrees, which looks like it's in the ownership of the house next door. So I really wanted to find out that you said you've gone right through there. Is that actually a dwarf wall, as you're saying, or is that actually higher? And is that height of that not in the gift of the applicant to adjust, i.e. it belongs to a third party? So is that accurate, that 43 metres looking left?
I believe it's accurate and it's achievable without requiring the consent of a third party.
You do?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Neil Burton, Councillor Burton,
Yes.
your question.
Reading the report, and Patrick, as you know, at the last meeting we were split equally. And the chairman had to do the deed. And what gains have you got since that meeting? Because as you know, members were very concerned at the parish council's representations as they continue. What can you say are the pluses now as we get to this stage?
Thank you, councillor. I think the main plus overall with the scheme is that instead of providing 35% affordable housing, it's actually 50%, which is in excess of policy requirements. In terms of rebalancing the plot sizes and the land take in favour of the affordable, as would have been required under Policy 9 if this had been a Policy 9 site, in accordance with the resolution of the committee, I put it to the applicant's team. I said, look, there's a strong feeling here that even though it's a Policy 8 site, it would be very nice if it could be along Policy 9 lines in terms of land take. And the applicant's team said, fine, that's something we'll look into. And that's as far as it got.
Yes. And are you content that it's 5 2-bedrooms? Because surely that's not practical for any family that's a nuclear family that's growing up. And once they get to a certain age, they'll have to up sticks and move. And where do they move to? That's my concern. Rather than make it their home and their their community.
I think it's important to pick up the point that the agent made. When we have these sites, the affordable housing officer is always consulted, and the type and tenure and the size of the dwellings has to actually be matched to the existing need in the immediate locality. And so these dwellings have responded to that existing need as highlighted by and communicated by the affordable housing officer.
Fine, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Mould, Carol.
Yes, thank you. I was just concerned about the land take, and I think it's probably been answered in point. But I'm just a bit concerned, Patrick, about the open market and the plots being sold. I mean, I would expect, we not normally expect this site to be built out as one. I mean, are we looking at this site becoming a never-ending building site? And it seems like Councillor Tamlin, like me, at times you have problems with this because it just becomes a never-ending building site, never finished, with all sorts of changes, and you actually land up with not what you're expecting at every twist and turn. So that's my concern. And are we sort of arguing that because they are self-builds, it gives them a different kind of status in some way?
There's 2 points there, Councillor. I think the first one is it's actually a very clear part of planning law that local planning authorities can't insist developments are completed by a certain time, such conditions are considered unlawful and are never applied, much to a lot of people's disappointment. And then the second point, sorry, I've forgotten the second point.
Just seemed that the lady seemed to be saying because they were self-builds, it changed. It changed the sort of. I forget her wording now, but it just struck me that because they were self-builds, it altered the scheme of things in some way.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of things there. It's an aspiration both nationally and locally that to try and meet the large housing need through a number of different ways. And so as an alternative to volume house builders, self-build and custom build is very much encouraged. And as the agent pointed out, it gives perhaps local people with building skills the ability to build a house. So it does more closely match the existing housing need of existing Cornish people.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant idea, and I think it's the way we should be going. But all the ones that I've had dealings with have had, yes, you can build them, but we expect them to be built and finished off all at the same time, because you do not get this mismatch of I'm not quite finished, I'm not quite finished, this one's never finished. So I think that's my point. I think the idea of selling the plots and people building their own is lovely, but I think there should be an end date at which we expect them all to be finished if you're all doing it. I realise this seems to be because most of they're done under CLTs, Community Land Trust, and somebody's overseeing it. But I understand this is obviously something different again.
Yeah. So just to confirm, it's not something that we can insist on within the planning system. However, it sounds like it is an issue that is a known, as it were, from the current landowner. And from what the agent said, it looks like they're going to have an end date within the contracts that they grant to the people buying the individual self-build plots.
Thank you, Patrick. Lovely.
Fine. Either yourself or your internet is on the wane a little bit, Patrick, but it looks as though we've only one question left here, and hopefully that won't encourage anyone else to stick their hand up now. But Councillor Rushworth, would you like to come up with your question, Steve?
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, in a roundabout way, my question's just been answered, but just to get it in complete clarity in simple terms, we're assessing this application under policies 3 and 8, and policy 8 is mainly for infill or rounding off sites. And am I right in saying that the affordable housing cover should be is published for that policy between 25 and 30% of the site? And if it was policy 9 that we were doing it, then the 50% land take would have to be adhered to, but it doesn't have to be adhered to in policy 8 as long as it's over 25 or 30%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Vice Chair, can you confirm no other hands up? If you could take yours down, Steve and Carol as well, please.
I can confirm, Chair. Other than the fact Councillor Long's hand has just come up.
Yeah,
Andrew, I hope you're not going to prolong this, Andrew. You're not going to prolong this.
I really understand that, but sometimes democracy takes time, Chairman. Once I know you want your dinner, democracy takes time. The question raised the previous applicant, the previous question with regards to the timings. Am I right in assuming, Patrick, that now this reserve matters application has come in, once the application work has started on the affordable housing plots, then that application the whole application is due to be extant, and therefore there is technically no end date?
Yes, that's correct. Technically correct. And we'd have to rely on the landowner to hopefully have internal control.
So given that, is there anything that can be done with regards to this application that could ensure that we protect the living conditions and the value of life to the people who may well move into the 7 affordable housing plots, to ensure that they're not subjected to 20 years worth of building site?
Certainly the usual environmental health constraints will apply, and if there are issues of degradation of amenity, they can be taken up with the council's public protection / environmental health officer.
But there's nothing we can do in policy terms.
There's nothing we can do in policy terms, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Right, we're now into open debate in that case. Who would like to start off the open debate, please? And we have Councillor Mary.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think it's an excellent scheme. We don't see many of them. Years and years ago, when I first got married, we were part of a scheme like this. We were the end one on the estate of 28, all different builds. And yes, you do have a couple or one or two that will straggle and take a while to finish. But mostly, I would say, once momentum gets going, Chairman, everyone can see the fruits of the labour and how the site develops or the estate develops, and they do crack on. If you are looking for a proposal at this point, I'm happy to propose as set out.
Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone wishing to second that proposal, please?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
And that is John, isn't it?
Yes, correct, sir.
Fine, okay. We've got, thank you, Mary. We've got Councillor Burden. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, just to say that I think it's a myth to think that the houses will all be finished at the same time. I know that we had an estate. I'm in favour of self-build, but things go wrong within the relationships, etc. And I know one that's gone over 20 years, and I don't think it's completed now, actually, but they're living in it. But it has taken a long time. We had a lovely session at Treburley, and you know, but it's interesting that once they build them, they don't leave them. They hang in there because it's their castle, and but it won't be done overnight. Shall I put it that way?
Fine, thank you, Neil. Right, there are no other hands. Oh, Andrew Long's come up again. Yes, Andrew.
My apologies. Yeah, with this one, as you know, I did recommend refusal of this application in the first instance, which was rejected by your good casting vote, sir. But we are in a different situation now, and we've got to deal with the best we can to make sure. I do have still concerns with regards to the size of the properties, the affordable housing properties, the fact that they're in a block together, which really doesn't really go with the spirit of what we're trying to do in Cornwall, to integrate all parts of society together. But I do understand that this is a difficult plot. I'm reliant on the officer to be confident about the display lines, because the drawings don't really show that. It does really show that there does appear to be something stopping it. But if the officer is content that is the case, then I see we have very little we can do. I don't think there is anything other than that in policy terms that we can actually do about this. Now we tried before the dutiful 7 of us, but failed, and therefore if we're dealing with this on policy 8, which I would still argue this is a policy 9 site, but I know I lost the argument last time, and democracy is democracy. Therefore, with reluctance, but I will have to support the application, as there is no planning reason I can find for refusal.
Fine, thank you. Well, in that case, there are no other hands up, so we can actually proceed to the proposal. Proposed by Councillor May, seconded by Councillor Fitter, to go in line with recommendations. Conditions at all, Patrick?
How many votes?
Sorry. Yes, the conditions are set out in the report, Chair.
Fine, thank you very much. In that case, pass it across to you, Rowena.
Thank you. When I call your name, please indicate if you are for, against or abstaining. Councillor Burden?
Abstain.
Councillor Rushworth?
For.
Councillor Eddy?
For.
Councillor Fitter?
For.
Councillor Holly?
For.
Councillor Jordan?
For.
Councillor Long?
For.
Councillor May?
For.
Councillor Mould?
For.
Councillor Pascoe?
For.
Councillor Pugh?
For.
Councillor Tamlin?
For.
Councillor Parsons?
For.
Councillor Batters?
For.
So this application has been approved by 13 votes in favour, none against and 1 abstention, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll just take a 5-minute break before we go on to the final one. I need one, and possibly some of you might, but only 5 minutes, and we're straight back in. Okay.
Chairman, it's Emma Code, meeting producer.
Yes, Emma.
Just to let you know, I'll be leaving the meeting now, and Angela Saunders will be taking over as meeting producer for the last item.
Fine. Thank you very much, Emma.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So 5 minutes from now, 13:29, we'll be back on. Thank you. And remember, microphones, please. Angela, would you like to do a quick roll call to ensure everyone's here before we start the next one, please?
Yeah, I've only just joined the meeting. I think Rowena might be better placed to do that. Rowena,
right.
are you okay?
Certainly.
Yes, sure. Yeah. I'll start it now, Chairman.
Yes, certainly.
Councillor Burden.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Rushworth. Councillor Rushworth.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Eddy.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Flashman.
Yes, I'm here and taking part.
Thank you. Councillor Fitter. Councillor Fitter, can you confirm you're back from the break, please? I'll come back to him. Councillor Holly.
Presently correct, madam.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Present.
Thank you, Councillor Mould.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Pugh.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Tamlin.
Yeah, just. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons.
Present.
Thank you, and Councillor Batters.
Yes, present.
Thank you. Councillor Fitter, can you confirm your
Present. Sorry, I was late.
No, that's fine. Everyone's present. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Rowena. Okay, we're going to item 4.3, application PA 20-07169, land north of Pendragon House, Trevillick, Tintagel. It's being presented, I believe, by Jane Hills. I've got here. James, is it?
I don't think I've changed my name.
No, I was
James.
going to say no. Apologies, James. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, we can see it.
You can see that. Okay.
Yep.
So here we have an application for a 2-bedroom, single-storey open market dwelling in the settlement of Trevillick near Tintagel. Key issues in relation to this particular application are to do with its siting and design, the impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, which is designated as an area of outstanding natural beauty, and potential impact on any neighbours. So here is the location plan showing Trevillick, just to the southwest of Tintagel, and the proposal site edged in red. There's probably about 14 dwellings in this particular settlement. So for the purposes of the application, it's being considered as a rounding off to Trevillick. Here's a slightly more detailed or zoomed in site plan showing public footpath and public byway adjacent to the site, Pendragon House to the south. And the aerial plan showing the site, which is later lawn within the wider grounds of Pendragon House, very much appears like a garden area. Got some photographs in a second. So here are some of the plans for the site. To the left, the existing situation, and to the right, the proposed block plan of the modern dwelling. We'll come on to its appearance in a second, but just to note its relationship with Pendragon House, tucked in near the entrance to the site on that corner of the parcel of land. Here are the proposed elevations. We've got a stone and timber finish to much of the building, with some aluminium framed doors and windows, and a grass roof. Just some 3D visualizations as an indication of what the building might look like. The notable element, I suppose, of the build might be the door entranceway in this curved section here. It's aimed at screening that side of the property from the byway, the public byway, to create better privacy for residents and from people using that public byway. So here's a photograph looking back towards that site, and this is from some distance away, but we're sort of tucked in towards the closest property behind would be a bungalow that sits just below the skyline there, adjacent to the main dwelling house. This is the existing gated entrance to that to the plot, and development likely to take place just behind that gate. There's a sort of raised earth area in that space. Another similar photograph showing the public byway and properties in behind, Tintagel in the distance. That's the outer extremity of the ownership of the property. So in terms of balance of considerations, the proposal is considered to be an acceptable rounding off of the settlement of Trevillick. There's been extensive discussion, negotiation with the applicant in terms of the design siting of the building, and it's considered that the impact on the surrounding area, immediate and wider AONB, is acceptable. There won't be impacts on neighbours, and the application is recommended for approval in accordance with the recommendations set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, James. There are no objectors. And as the agenda item shows, there's no representations or public comments have been received. And it has been brought here today in line with the concerns and the objections raised by the parish council. And I have to say I was somewhat disappointed that apparently, according to my list, there's no one speaking for the parish council, which I find very disappointing. We'll see what Councillor Jordan has to say later, but we'll go straight on then to Matthew Ward, please. Are you there, please, Matthew?
Hello, Chairman. It's Angela Saunders, meeting producer. Yeah, I have to mute Mr. Ward. So, Mr. Ward, if you can hear me, if you can press *6 on your telephone, that should unmute you.
Hello, Mr. Ward.
Yeah, he's still muted at the moment. Mr. Ward, if you can hear me, you need to press *6 on your telephone. Oh, there. Yeah, he's with us now, Chairman.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Ward.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon to you.
Hello there.
Thank you for attending. You have 3 minutes to tell us your details. We'll give you a 30-second warning before the end of the 3 minutes. And if you can just hold at the end in case there are any questions from the members. Clarification.
Okay. Chairman, it's the meeting producer again. Just to say, if Mr. Ward is listening to the live stream, could he mute it? Because we were getting some background noise.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just muted it.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Okay, when you're ready, Mr. Ward, away you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. My name's Matt. I'm here with my partner, Niv. We'd like to thank you for the time taken today in considering our proposal, especially so close to lunch. Firstly, just a point on the local need for this application. We've submitted this proposal because of our growing family. My parents have kindly offered a portion of their garden, as you saw in the photos there, for us to self-build a home to meet our specific needs for the future. I hope you can approve this application on the basis that it will meet many local needs, as it will allow both my partner and I to continue our jobs working from home, whilst also bringing up our young son close to his grandparents, cousins and niece. Before starting the design, we spoke to our neighbours who've been really supportive throughout. They've shared their experiences on improving their own homes in the coastal setting, which is particularly prone to wind and the elements. They also gave a clear picture of how we could conserve their valuable amenities. And as a result, as you'll have seen, there have been no objections raised from either our neighbours or any members of the public. The Cornwall local plan has been an important underpinning of the design process, and we found lots of common ground with this document and our own needs, and we wanted our home to be low impact on the site and for Trevillick as a whole. A great deal of thought and consideration has been given to the sensitive setting, and the design really has come about as a result of that consideration then. As James said, it's a product of many stages of conversation with the planning office and has gone through a number of improvements to ensure it's properly in keeping with the local plan. Firstly, the scale of the home. It's a relatively small house. We hope to strike a balance with this scale so it's easily proportionate to the site, whilst also providing the space and garden that we need as a small family. The low height was an important factor as well, both the single story, the fact that it's a flat roof, and also landscaping to ensure it's really snugged into the land. That helps us to really minimise the visual impact of the property upon neighbours and road users. This also informed the use of a green roof with coastal plants and materials. Green roofs have been very successfully used on properties across North Cornwall and will enhance the overall look of the roof and help the building blend into its surrounds. Treatment of the garden space is also a really crucial consideration, and on the advice of the planning department, we'll be using hedging along the north boundary, which will help the building to disappear from the northern byway, as well as serving as a windbreak. And the materials will be sourced from the immediate area. A lot of the stone for the new westerly boundary wall is already available in a large pile on site. For the stone walls of the property, this will be sourced from Jacan Quarry, which is only 3 miles away from us. And the wood cladding detailed in the plan is intended to harmonise with other buildings in Trevillick, including the timber-clad Trevillick Farm, which is just opposite. So in summary, self-building on this site is the affordable option with the huge advantages that come with living alongside family. We can live in a way that allows us to work and limit time in the car, employ local tradespeople, and generally support our neighbours as they've supported our family. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions on clarity.
Thank you. That's right. If you just hold for the moment, are there any questions for the speaker for clarification, please? Doesn't look as though there are. Could you confirm that, Vice Chair?
Correct, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Okay.
Obviously, you can watch this on live stream now, but thank you for attending.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you.
Okay. We cross now to Barry Jordan. Councillor Jordan, the divisional member. Barry, you know you have 5 minutes, at which time I'll be looking for you to wind up. So I'll pass it across to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. First of all, am I surprised that Tim Tadger weren't there? No. Am I disappointed they're not there? Yes, because they've actually brought this to the attention of the committee and they should be here in attendance, but that's all I'm going to say on that. And now I was up there about 18 months ago to look at something else, and I saw this site and I thought, oh, that would make a nice, place. So I went up there last week, socially distancing, of course, and taking everything into consideration to have a good look. I didn't go into the field, but I could see that what was being proposed was exceptional. I have no problems with it. The only thing I thought about was the AONB, but of course we have to consider the AONB, but I don't think this is going to impose on the AONB in any way, shape or form. I think the Matthew has looked at everything, with the green roof, the stone and the wood, it's going to fit in quite nicely. I don't think it'll have any effect. I would fully support it, so I hope the committee will. Thank you. That's what I've got to say.
Thank you very much, Barry. Thank you. Questions now of the officer, if anyone has any, please. Questions of James. Martin Eddy, Councillor Eddy.
Thank you, Chairman. I do like the look of the application. I like the look of it, and I'd be happy to move the proposition. But I just noted that the AONB team say this is proposals not infilling or rounding off. So is there sort of a fundamental disagreement between our planners and the AONB team?
James?
Well, I mean, I think that the AONB unit are asked to comment on impacts on the designation rather than the principle of supporting development or otherwise. So, I mean, they have said that, and it's noted on record, though it's not an area that normally the AONB unit would be commenting on. We're looking primarily at the impact on the designation from their point of view and what they're saying about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, I'll carry your proposal forward at the moment, Martin. Adrian Parsons, you're the remaining speaker. Over to you.
Thanks, yeah. James, could we just bring up the pictures again of the site of the garden plot, please? Sorry, the satellite view or the live view, if possible.
This one?
No, not that one. The one with the post rail fence. Sorry, that is the satellite view. Forgive me. Being that one.
Mm-hmm.
Just out of interest, how long has that post rail fence been there to make that a garden plot? Because from looking at that, it almost would imply that it was part of a field and a post rail fence has recently gone up.
I'm not sure how long that has been there, but I suppose in terms of the principle of accepting the development site. It doesn't necessarily have to be defined as a garden. It's more whether it rounds off a settlement. I mean, there certainly is the existing gated entrance to the site, which looks well established. I couldn't tell you how long that fencing's been in place, but certainly the plot of land that is part of this proposal is close to the dwelling house. It's not sited, you know, at the point that this photograph is taken, for example, which may seem a fair distance away from the actual property. So standing on site, it does feel like it's very well related to the property. Whether it's actually defined as garden or otherwise, I'm not entirely sure.
That's interesting.
Okay, Adrian?
Well, yeah, because otherwise, you know, we see in other cases, it would be classed as open countryside unless it obviously has formed over history and time part of the cartilage of the dwelling house. And that's what I was just trying to establish. If it is, okay, that's fine.
Right, in that case, there are no other hands up.
Councillor Fitter's hand is up, Chairman.
Was he? Where's that one too? Oh yes, up the top. Beg your pardon, John. John, do come in. My apologies.
That's all right, Mr. Chairman. I thought you missed me off. Yeah, if we could just keep that picture there, because I follow on from the last speaker. This is a fence, picket fence, isn't it? And presumably, in actual fact, what I do have concerns about is that there is no physical built hedge of a further extension into the countryside. If we allow a development here, then there could be a call for another development within the green pasture area this side, where you've got three sort of, I don't know what they are, tree stumps or something in the field. That's right, the three. I thought they were standing stones for a minute, but I think they're sort of, I don't know what the tree stumps. But I have a concern that, you know, that if this is infilling, then another property could come further this way and be rounding off. And I do note the concerns of the ANOB, the AO. They, you know, they're very reluctant sometimes to come forward, and when they do come forward, I think their notes are worthy of consideration. So I'd say to the planning officer, how much weight has the planning officer given to the AONB comments, which are quite forceful?
I mean, there's a couple of points. The issue of this site in terms of its suitability is considered on the basis of rounding off rather than anything else. So if, for example, an application were to come in on the plot of land that you can see here, it would be an extension of the settlement into the countryside and be very unlikely to be supported in policy terms. So you've got what is proposed, a single dwelling which completes a small cluster of dwellings, and I would say that that's probably about it in terms of this settlement for new housing development. So it would be very unlikely that you might gain any support from us for anything else. The proposal adds in a dry stone wall of 1.2 metre or 4-foot dry stone wall on its site boundary, and we're asking for details to be submitted of that particular wall on its edge, so that there will be a traditional finish to the development, which aesthetically would we feel be sympathetic. We've looked very closely at what the AONB unit has said about the application. We went back to them a second time with a revised proposal, and the only comment that they made in response to the second proposal was that there was a reduction in the amount of fenestration, because the original scheme was very much a glazed option, and they said it would make it less conspicuous, but still remains an obvious extension to the built form. So Yes, we've certainly taken on board what the AOMB unit has said about this site. We feel though that the presented scheme really has done an awful lot to mitigate against any potential harm to the AOMB. It forms a suitable rounding off site, and in the planning balance, a refusal isn't warranted on landscaping grounds.
And just to conclude, one last question, Mr. Chairman, your kind permission. Do you think that this application sustains the local distinctiveness and character of this particular area? That is policy 20, is it, or 23? 23, isn't it?
Well, I think that the combination of house type in this particular area is a mix. You've got the large parent dwelling that you can see in the photograph in front of you, but the dwellings set on the road in behind are a mix of modern bungalows with extensions, flat roof dormers. There's a range of house types in this particular settlement. It's post-war. It's not an historic cluster of buildings of typical Cornish vernacular that requires a similar design necessarily. So in terms of the relationship, we feel that actually it's a very low key, low impact building with high quality materials that is going to be a suitable addition.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Councillor Burton, Neil.
Yeah. I'm a bit sick. So, the post and rail fence, that's against the road, isn't it?
James?
Let me get another plan.
There's no fence in the field at the moment, is there? So you said it was like an extended garden, but it's in the field, full stop.
There is a post and rail fence that runs along.
The post and rail fence we see in the photo with the large house.
Yeah.
Is that against the road, or is that?
It's in the garden. It's in the field. It cuts across that lawn.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. I just wondered why if they wanted, for appearance, why it's so far away from the main house, really.
Well, it's actually the main house. If you don't know if you can see my cursor, the main house is just here. So it doesn't extend beyond the main house into that wider garden area. If you can see the cursor, that's where that other photograph was taken, about here looking back.
Right.
So actually the dwelling is tucked into this part of the plot. It doesn't go further forward. So if I go back to the photograph, it would sit, probably its furthest extent would be at about this downpipe level. So it's right at the far end side. Yeah.
All I can say, Mr. Chairman, is come back site meetings because it's if you're on site, you would understand.
Clarification, Neil. We're not into that. We're into clarification, mate.
Yeah. Anyway, I've finished.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons, Adrian.
Sorry for coming back again, Chair. Just for clarification, James, would you consider this site to be well screened and sympathetic to the AOMB, or would you consider it to be a hilltop location?
Well, I don't know about hilltop. I mean, the rest of the dwellings are on a similar level. The part of the discussion that we had with the applicant was about minimising and reducing wider impacts on the public byway, which has resulted in the screening, the stonework, the low height of the building, additional hedging to be planted on that boundary, and we've got the dry stone walling on one end of the site. So it's the overall impact of this piece of built form with landscaping, I don't consider to be a large extension to development in this area that's going to have significant impacts on AONB settings. We have actually suggested a number of conditions with this application. So we're looking for details of the finished floor levels, the building materials, and the landscaping scheme to come in, all as set out in the officer report.
Okay, Councillor Holly, Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask a question about, I'm looking on Google Earth and it's got two pictures on it, one of which shows no garden fence across the field towards, just obviously part of the agricultural field. Another one which shows a temporary very high one differ to the one shown on one of yours. So I'm just wondering, I think my Google Earth is dated 2016, so sometime I presume between then and now this picket fence, this wooden fence has been put across. Is there any date given to you, planning officer, on the conversion, so to speak, to a garden? Because it looks very odd to me. It looks like a field to me.
As I said before, Councillor, I'm not aware of a date at which a fence went in, but you know, the point I was making previously was that in policy terms, in an assessment of rounding off the application site doesn't need to be garden to be considered acceptable as rounding off. It's just that is the appearance that is given on site.
Oh, right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, I have Martin Eddy. Martin, you're back in.
Thank you, Chairman. Just quickly, just building upon what Derek was saying there. If he goes back to the 2009 photograph, which is available on Google Earth, you see a chap driving up and down with a lawnmower.
Thank you.
It's plot,
Thank you. I won't ask you the registration or make of the lawnmower, but very good. Mary, Councillor May.
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, are we able to put no further PD rights on there as a condition?
We could potentially put a restrict permitted development rights on this property. There normally needs to be a good planning reason to do so. I can. I don't know if Davina is here and wants to add anything on that point.
Certainly through you, Chairman. Yeah, James is right. We can impose that condition if members do think it's necessary. The only thing I would say on that is that permitted development rights within the AONB are relatively restricted anyway. There isn't a lot that you can do within the AONB compared to the undesignated landscape. So it may well be that's sufficient unless members feel really strongly and that they've got strong grounds to impose such a condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mary.
Yeah, so just really if the proposer would take them on board, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. Well,
as and when.
There's no one else waiting to question, James. So in that case, we move into open debate. Now I have a proposal from Martin, which I presume you still propose, Martin.
Jim here. Can I come in a minute?
Oh, Jim. Yeah, okay. Yes, Jim.
Yeah, well, if no one's going to propose it, I will. I think that.
Yeah, we got a proposer, Jim. It's just a seconder we're looking for.
All right. Yeah, I'll second it.
Right. Okay. Fine. Derek, you got your hand up. We're in open debate now, is it?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fine.
I think in taking the whole overall planning balance, that it does adversely affect area AONB, A, because of its position, and B, because I think it's a poor design, Mr. Chairman. I think it's shed-like, incongruous, and light years away from the conventional buildings around, even with their flat roofs and dormers and so on. I just think it's an unacceptable design for this particular site. It is a sensitive site, for goodness sake. We're doing an architectural experiment here. So, you know, I couldn't support it in its present form, Mr. Chairman.
Fine.
I respect the views of the AONB and I'm going to back them, I think.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Fitter, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just come in to say that there is absolutely no way that I would be able to support this application, because I have great respect for the ONB, and when they do come in and they've commented twice, I understand, from the officer, because on the second modification, and they're still not convinced and they're still strongly opposed to it. And we really must do all we can to protect our countryside from inappropriate development, and especially in the ONB area. And so, you know, on their comments alone, I would not feel comfortable in supporting this application. And but from the pictures I've seen, I'm not convinced in actual fact that this isn't quite the open countryside, but I will not support it anyway. Thank you, sir.
Fine. Okay. We've no other speakers showing here now. So what I intend to do is go to the vote. Well, I say go to the vote. We've got a proposal and a seconder, proposed by Martin Eddy, seconded by Jim Flashman, for acceptance in line with recommendations. We'll come to the conditions in a minute. But what about the conditions, Martin? Is there anything you wanted to possibly add or consider, or Jim?
I have no.
That was Jim, was it? Martin?
No, I've got no additions, Chairman. Thank you.
Right. In that case, we'll pass it over to Rowena now to do the roll call. Nothing else to add, is there, James? Nothing. Sorry, Rowena.
No.
No, that's it. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rowena.
Okay, when I call your name, please indicate if you are for, against or abstaining. Councillor Burden.
I'm against the present recommendation of approval.
Councillor Rushworth.
For.
Councillor Eddy.
For.
Councillor Flashman.
For.
Councillor Fitter.
Against.
Councillor Holly.
Against.
Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor May.
Against.
Councillor Mould.
For.
Councillor Pascoe. For. Councillor Pugh.
Against.
Councillor Tamlin.
Against.
Councillor Parsons.
For.
Councillor Batters.
For.
This application has been approved by 8 votes to 6 with no abstentions.
Right, well, thank you very much, everyone, for attending today. It's been a long day. We've had a good old discussion, especially on the first one. Thank you to the officers, and thanks to everyone for attending. Davina, Ben, and Adrian, would you like to hang on for the usual rubdown, you might say? But thank you very much, everyone, for attending. See you all in due course.
Cheers.
Thank you.